hitching post. Many of you guys probably during the legislature in the past have spent time at the historic Plains or Hitching Post Hotel, filling the downtown hole where we lost Mary's Bake Shop and the Wyoming Home Store. And then creating a housing and an entertainment district we call the Reed Avenue Corridor, which is along the Burlington Northern Railroad tracks. For me, downtown is the heart of our city, and we know we need to improve it to maximize our quality of life and the business expansion recruitment opportunities you guys bring to us. The good news is we have buyers for most of these properties today. And with the creation of an urban renewal authority that we hope to do in the next couple of weeks, we should have the tools to make that happen. I would share with you that I don't believe Wyoming's tax structure is sustainable. I sometimes feel like our success in economic development is not good for the state. I want to give you an example. We had a company that Leeds brought to us called Meadowlark. They did the economic analysis and found that for the first decade, the city of Cheyenne would benefit by $1.9 million. Laramie County would benefit by $2.9 million, but the state lost $3.9 million. At some point, we've got to make sure that when we're successful, the state's at least neutral in that environment. I know you understand how important your organization is to the city and to the state. Projects like our EUL, which is our enhanced use lease, that's going to bring housing in a partnership with the Air Force, who's our largest employer here in Laramie County, are critical to our success. Without your help, that project would never have had a chance. So we're close, very close, I think, to seeing that housing start to happen. But I just want to say to you, I thank you for the opportunity to be here today. I hope your meetings in Cheyenne are very successful. And again, thank you so much.
Get the serious mic. All right. Sorry, we had to do a mic switch out there. Mayor Collins, thank you so much for that. And I think there's so much of what you said that is in line with the conversations that this board has been having over the last year as we've been diving into strategy and where these limited dollars that we get to invest go. And so it's exciting to see the things that are happening here in Cheyenne and the direction that's pushing, especially, to be quite honest, the tech scene that's growing here in this corner of the state. Great job, and thank you so much for your words. They're definitely in line, and I think you'll find that there's a great team here to support your local efforts. So, okay. So with that, we're going to go ahead and pass it off to Josh to give his CEO report.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I believe that's the title we have today. All right, great. Thank you all for joining in, and board members, thank you for making the trek to Cheyenne. Definitely appreciated the work yesterday during our working session. I think it was really productive, and you know, it's beginning to inform our our strategic projects for the course of this year and moving forward as we work to enact the state's economic development strategy. Those are going to be informed not just by this board and by our team, but also the state of Wyoming. And I think that's something that over the last few weeks, we've been doing a lot of listening, a lot of asking questions of our communities and community leaders in economic development on how the state should look in the future. And as we embark upon that, you know, we do realize that there are going to be some interesting times ahead of us for the state and for the nation. And some of the funds that are coming at us from the federal government, we want to make the most use of those so that we can begin to look to the future. And I think over the course of 2020, we did a lot to really survive. But in the coming years, we want to look at ways that we can thrive. And so yesterday's discussion, if you were able to catch that, we talked a lot about the hope and the ideas of what Wyoming looks like in the future and what we can do today to make those happen. And so over the next few weeks, we'll continue that work, but it will be a journey that's much longer than a few weeks. We'll begin to put those things in place now, but then continue to enact those. And all of us realize that economic development is a long game. I believe one of the members of our team said many of the things that we're talking about will either have had success or will have failed, but all have been retired for 4 years at that point. So and so I think that's something to while on one hand we joke about it, it's something that we all need to understand, that as leaders in the economic development community, we have an obligation to that long-term vision. We have an obligation to set forth programs and policies and use our funding in ways that may seem a little bit counterintuitive in the short run, but make a difference in the long run. One of the things that we've been working on really closely over the last few weeks, but really it's taking the collective experience that we have for many, many years, is a scorecard to look at projects and investments and beyond our Business Ready Communities program, but really look at a scorecard and how do we analyze investments? How do we make the biggest impact across the state that we can? And how do we put some, scientific rigor to that? And it's not that we haven't been putting scientific rigor to it, but having it written down and having it something that we can communicate well is something that we've been working on and will continue to do so. I think we've made great progress in this year, being able to work on it, but we are not quite there yet. And it's something that we're going to continue, right? It's not going to be etched in stone. It's going to be something that's a living, breathing scorecard and a living, breathing process that our team utilizes. And so that's something that's very exciting to us. Because I think it will educate communities, it will educate economic developers, and it will educate the state on how our investments are being made and how do we check that we're doing the right things and kind of go through that dimming cycle of plan, do, check, act, and keep that living. That's a pretty exciting piece. And as I mentioned, we have a lot of experience that we have been able to utilize because of our work. Our long-term work at the Business Council, and I want to recognize a few folks over this because we've got some service awards. We have some folks who are celebrating and have celebrated anniversaries, and we haven't been able to get together in person. And so I want to talk a little bit about Tenure Awards of our team members, and then talk about two really special folks who have made a big difference in the state of Wyoming. To start with, on our Tenure Awards, Josh Keefe he's our investments director, and he handles a lot of our loans and investments, and he is been here 5 years. And I think in those 5 years, he's done an awful lot, not just in helping the state with their investments, but also developing rules and developing programs that have made it forth into legislation. And his work on the business relief programs last year was invaluable. We also have Kim Porter, who is celebrating 10 years with the Business Council. Kim Porter is known by our rural towns as the person who does the road mapping. She is a hero for rural towns, of which we have a few in Wyoming. And it's really important to really see the work that she's doing. And she's also a master facilitator. We also have Katie O'Brien, who's celebrating 10 years. And Katie is a person who has handled our not just our human resources component, but in the last year, she really took to and began working in our accounting department and has made a huge difference in those business relief programs. And so to see that kind of flexibility out of someone who can take and really pivot their career and make a difference in our team, it's outstanding to see. Our next Tenure Award is somebody who's spent 20 years at the Business Council. Most of you in the state know Karen Fate. She's somebody who has spent those 20 years making a difference in the communities of Wyoming. The number of programs that she's worked with, or the number of communities that she's worked with in projects, not only is it's really impressive, the entire list, but I think what's more impressive about Karen is that she can tell you details about every single one that you would think would be lost. And she knows every project that's ever been done, when it was done, and the little things about it that make a difference. And I think it's not just because she has a beautiful mind, we'll call it, but it's but it's also because she cares so much about the communities that she works in, and you can see the passion for making a difference in Wyoming. And 20 years is a long time to work anywhere. 20 years of service to the communities of Wyoming is really impressive. It's also impressive because she is choosing to retire at in June. So just a few days. She's got the number of hours, maybe even minutes now, tabulated, and she's clicking them down. But really, it's I think a pretty fulfilling career to be able to spend in service of the state of Wyoming and making a difference. And she and her husband will retire in Dayton, which she has, I'm not sure if she means it, but she's invited all of us to come up to Dayton. And I think it's double the population is how that works. I'm not sure. But yeah, so she'll be retiring, and we get to keep her in Wyoming, which is a big deal. I also want to mention another person who's retiring with 23 years of service, and that's Sherry Hughes. And Sherry has done a lot for the state in terms of our energy programs and really making a difference for how we utilize energy, how businesses and homes can be more efficient and effective. And again, that service to the state over 23 years is really impressive. And she and her husband will be retiring here in Cheyenne. So again, we get to keep her around. Sherry always has a smile on her face. She's quick to laugh at a joke and quick to make her own. And that kind of spirit is going to be missed in the office for sure. And so we're happy to see them move into the next phases of their life, but at the same time, we're really sad to see them go. But we're also really appreciative, and I think the state of Wyoming should be appreciative of the work that they've done, because it's incredibly meaningful. And so I hope that both Karen and Sherry will know how much we appreciate them and enjoy their retirement, knowing that they've made a difference. So thank you very much, Karen and Sherry. I do have one more personnel matter. We'll call that. It's board personnel. I'm just going to finally present Mike Easley, who was our co-chair of the board last year, with his gavel. And I'm not going to spend a lot of time talking about Mike, because what we know about Mike is that he's not a big fan of attention. So I'm going to give him that one this time. You're welcome, Mike. I owe you at least one, but I'll come over and bring this to you, Mike. Yeah. Well, there we go. Shorter meeting than we thought. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah. Perhaps he, as Mr. Brown mentioned, perhaps he will go on the road a bit with his guitar. He's got plenty of the equipment. So, thanks, Mike. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Good. Well, so we do have a little bit of an update from Sean Jones, who's part of our strategy team. Sean has been digging into the data of economic development, and he's going to provide a bit of an update that we started last board meeting. So with that, Sean.
Okay, so good morning, everybody. I didn't bring my guitar this morning, so this presentation will not be a sing-along. As soon as we've got the PowerPoint up, we can begin.
While we're waiting for the PowerPoint, I think, this and the conversation that we're going to have on the tourism and economic development impacts are really something that's been important to the board, to be having those conversation and the numbers around where do we really sit. And as we're talking about priorities in our investments and direction setting for economic development, these are all really important aspects for us to be looking at continually to say, all right, where are we at? Are we impacting the numbers that we want to be impacting? Do we see the direction, the needle moving where we want? So, big compliments to Sean and Sarah and her staff for pulling these together and really helping us get this overview and pulling these business conversations together as well.
Thank you. So I'm just going to kind of talk a little bit about where this presentation started and where it's at right now. So the title of this presentation, when we started building it, was called "What Are Good Jobs?" But then we realized that wasn't a very descriptive conversation to have. It can get pretty broad. So I would say we tried the state of jobs in Wyoming, and we ended up with just an overview. So we're going to be talking about qualities of jobs. I'm going to start with just taking a look at our industries through the lens of our strategic plan. And then I'm going to move into several frameworks to help understand sort of different qualities of jobs in Wyoming and kind of what our current situation is. So where do I point the clicker, Ben? Oh, that would probably be helpful. Yes. Perfect. Pointed at Ben. Maybe I'll just point at Ben and he'll click for me. Okay, so let's go ahead and just start with what in our strategic plan we refer to as our add value industries. So these are our core industries. These are things that we have in Wyoming that I would say we have a cluster or a competitive advantage, or we have a significant amount of. And by that we mean natural resources, agriculture, and tourism and outdoor recreation, basically. So you might remember this chart from Sarah's presentation last time, but we did something a little bit different this time around. So this is just the jobs in those sectors. So these are just our add value jobs per se. And as you can see, the technical term is Wyoming is a big squiggly line. So there's a lot of volatility there that you notice that you see it sort of in the other resource dependent peer states. But you don't see the same, even in the same sectors, you don't see the same volatility in like Idaho, Utah, Colorado, or even states that are similar to the US, such as like South Dakota and Montana. And so what you might wonder is, why is Wyoming a big squiggly line? Why is there so much volatility? You might look at the kinds of jobs the kinds of industries that those jobs are in. And so let's go ahead and take a look here. I picked Utah as a peer state to compare to throughout this presentation, not implying anything about Utah, not saying we want to be Utah. It's just good to have a good peer comparison. So as you can see here, Wyoming, if you compare the proportion of these industries to each other, Wyoming has a huge natural resource and energy sector, which who would have guessed that, I guess. But now let's take a look at the wages in those jobs. You can see they're pretty comparable in agriculture and tourism, but if you go to natural resources, Wyoming's jobs pay significantly more than Utah's jobs. And the reasoning for this is when you have a cluster, you have this thing that happens called specialization of labor, which means that people get paid for the very specific skill sets they have. They get paid a premium. And if you notice in Wyoming, we have a lot of that oil and gas and natural resource activity, so people are getting paid a premium for those jobs. So now let's talk about our other part of our economy that we focus on in our strategic plan. Those are our activate sectors, which if you remember, it's a whole bunch of different things, but they're typically, we'll call them knowledge sector jobs. So you have healthcare, financial, scientific, professional services, technology, arts and culture, and advanced manufacturing. So now let's take a look at what Wyoming looks like compared to our other states here. We see growth in jobs, that's a good thing. But you notice that slump there? If I go back a few slides here, that slump coincides with that downturn in jobs on our previous chart. And what that means is that our industries are dependent and interrelated. So the jobs in our activate sector per se are related to the jobs in our natural resource sector, and they aren't independent. It's not an independent economy of that. And so you can see in Idaho, Utah, and Colorado, you see pretty steady growth, and you also see a lot of resilience even in terms of like the pandemic. You see a pretty decent downturn in jobs in the resource states, which you don't necessarily see in those other states. So you might wonder why that is. So let's go and take a look at the same kind of comparison for our Activate sector. So you see our Utah's advanced manufacturing is proportionally about 3 times larger than Wyoming's. First of all, digital and technology is more than double. And you see that financial and professional services is about the same. And healthcare is a little larger in Wyoming because I think you have to have a base of healthcare no matter where you are. There's just a certain amount of jobs that it takes to do the job proportionally. But now the interesting thing, where it really starts to get interesting, is if you look at the wages. So now Utah has a cluster potentially in digital and technology, or a more established digital and technology industry, and as well as professional and scientific services, advanced manufacturing. You see these gaps where Wyoming workers are getting paid less because there are fewer jobs and those jobs are less specialized. So I'm going to shift gears here a little bit. I wanted to give an update as far as like what Wyoming's current state of jobs is, but now I want to take a look at a couple different frameworks to look at, we'll call them attributes of jobs, because if we say good jobs, we think, jobs that pay well, pay a good wage, but it's really about a lot more than that. And even though we're talking about jobs, we can use jobs because they're tangible to look at other things in our economy, other attributes. And I'm going to start with something that we call disruption. And I'm using a framework from Accenture, and I'm just going to give you the definition of it, disruption, because I thought it was pretty interesting, which is a radical change to an existing industry or market due to innovation. So now what we're looking at here is a comparison between Wyoming and Utah. And the horizontal axis is present disruption, and the vertical axis is present disruption, and the horizontal axis is future disruption. So your eye is drawn to the second quadrant, the top right quadrant, and those are the industries that are currently in a state of disruption, which forecasts project that disruption is going to continue into the future. And as you can see, 37% of Wyoming's jobs, even after the energy bust, even after COVID, lie in that super disruptible sector. That doesn't necessarily mean those jobs are bad. It just means those companies have an uphill road to hoe, I guess. They have to be a lot more resilient. They have to be a lot more future thinking to survive and thrive in that kind of industry. So now I want to look at a particular attribute of disruption specifically that we're going to call automation. So there's another index out there that's pretty cool. The University of Oxford came up with it, and they're able to take each occupation and predict the likelihood that that job will be automated in the future. And so we took that and we divided our jobs into 3 sectors: above average risk of automation, average risk, and below average risk. And as you can see, 35% of Wyoming's jobs, it tracks pretty similarly actually to the last chart, show up in that above average risk of automation. So you can see that there's a higher potential that those jobs will be automated sometime in the future. Now, another attribute, switching gears, just to think about jobs generally, is we talk about economic multipliers all the time. And this is essentially the employment multiplier for the state of Wyoming in different industries. So you can see that this is essentially like how many jobs does one job support. So as you can see, for instance, manufacturing supports over 3 jobs as a whole in Wyoming. And that's really due to the physical nature of manufacturing. The supply chain itself has to be closer, whereas other industries, that's not necessarily the case. And so this is just another kind of way to look at jobs in Wyoming. And you can see that different jobs have different multipliers. So all jobs aren't necessarily created equal in this attribute. But interestingly enough, if you go to manufacturing and you look at it in previous charts, the potential automation can be high. So there's kind of different ways you can twist the Rubik's Cube around, if you will. Now, the final thing I want to take a look at here are skilled workforce. Let's talk about workforce a little bit more. So comparing Wyoming to Utah, you can see that Wyoming's jobs, entry-level skill required to perform those jobs in Wyoming is typically lower. So meaning the occupations we have overall require less knowledge to do compared to Utah. You can see the gap in jobs that typically require a bachelor's degree to do. Those are typically more likely to be knowledge sector jobs. Non-degree awards and associates kind of are about the same. Those are a lot of trades jobs. And then you see, we'll call them non-skilled jobs, skills that don't have specific requirements to perform, where you either need just a high school diploma or you need no education credential whatsoever. So you can see that comparison when we look at two different economies. So, oops. So now there are a few other attributes I didn't go over that I just think they're important. So maybe save them for another week or another meeting. Benefits are important, wages are important, promotion opportunities are important, and internal trainings opportunities are important. So takeaways. What I see from this data is that our jobs are in a state of disruption and are continuing to be in a state of disruption into the future. We see that wages in our state compared to our peer states are higher in our core industries, which are disrupted and jobs are declining and fluctuating, but lower in those activate sectors. And then finally, just kind of looking forward a little bit, I think that the BRC scorecard and working with Julie and her team and Noelle and everybody has incorporated some of these principles that will help us build a portfolio that creates those more stable opportunities, those better quality jobs. And then that can also be used to work on ARP and other investment programs and have a good framework to look at those. So now I'd ask, does anybody else have other takeaways or questions?
Are there any questions for Sean? Sean, go ahead. Kathy.
So Sean, I think I'm on, okay. Can we get copies of this presentation? Because I thought it was an excellent presentation and gave a lot of information that we're all kind of searching for right now. So can you send us these?
Yeah, of course.
Thank you.
Sean, on the multiplier, when you ran the multiplier up there, that's Wyoming specific,
Yes,
right? So
so
it's
we
what
used-
Wyoming industries currently are seeing for their multiplier.
So technically it's pre-COVID. I would say that all the data probably got messed up with COVID, but that is actually our custom model that we pay for our pass through applied economics. So those are the multipliers from that. And that's for the whole state. Regional multipliers can actually vary even more. Like a region may have a competitive advantage in an industry that doesn't necessarily apply to the whole state.
Okay. All right, any other questions? Okay.
Okay.
Sean, thank you.
All right, thank you.
This is technically your report, right? Yeah, are you done with your
Yes,
report?
I'm done.
Okay, perfect. All right. Okay, so in light of our statistics and our numbers, one of the things that we're also trying to do more often is really get, especially considering COVID and how things are coming out, is to get a strong industry perspective at each of our meetings in terms of where some of our core industries are sitting, what the future looks like, what struggles they're dealing with, and what upside is going on. So today we have a tourism and economic update discussion. And so we have a panel that will be going over that. And Sarah Fitzgerald, who is on virtually with us, I think is running this for us. So sorry, I don't know where to look for Sarah straight up.
Hey everyone, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Sarah.
All right, great. Yeah, so like Erin said, we've been doing kind of a series of digging into the important industries guided by the state's economic development strategy, and we've started with our core sectors, which include energy, energy, tourism, and outdoor recreation, and agriculture. So we looked at energy. We had a panel on energy in March, and today we're joined by a few experts from the tourism industry. So we get to hear about the tourism economy in Wyoming, which is obviously very, very important to Wyoming's economy overall. So we're joined today by Diane Schober. She's there in person. She's the executive director of the Wyoming Office of Tourism, and she'll give us a little industry overview. Chris Brown is joining us virtually today. He's the executive director of the Wyoming Lodging and Restaurant Association. And then Alex Klein, who you all know, he's a member of our board, of course, but he's also the vice president and general manager of the Grand Teton Lodge Company. And so he'll be able to share a little bit about leisure travel. So with that, I will turn it over to Diane, and she'll walk us through an industry overview.
Good morning, everyone. How are you? Nice to see so many of you, and it's great to be meeting in person.
Right.
We had our tourism board retreat in April, and it was the first time we'd all been together in a year, and it was fabulous. Oh, I'm not on, but my tiny voice was carrying quite well, I am sure. Never has it ever been said, Diane, please speak up. We cannot hear you. Those are just not words that happen. What I wanted to do today is just take you through not really to talk about the work of marketing that we're doing, but really the economy of the visitor economy as a whole and what it means in its entirety. And so many times, it's almost an invisible economy because we don't always know and see tourists, and they buy goods and services across many business sectors. And so there's just a lot of variations with it. Warren, are you advancing for me today? Or okay, or Ben is? Oh, I have a clicker. Okay, good. I could just do this then. So I just wanted to give you an idea, first of all, with what it means for the country as a whole, for the United States. A very, very, very important aspect of our economy, $255 billion in total US travel exports. It is an export economy. We have non-residents coming here buying goods and services from American businesses and then going back home to their country of residence. In 2019, $59 billion in trade surplus from this service export industry. There would be a 10% increase in our trade deficit if travel were excluded. And travel is America's second largest export after transportation equipment. So very large and very, very important industry to our country. Certainly, if you looked at where we were in 2020, you would see that these have been drastically reduced. I mean, this is an industry that was brought literally to its knees, suffered more job loss than the Great Depression, and about 15 times worse than what we experienced in the travel industry post 9/11. Also, just an important thing, you're here today to talk about, what does it mean for an economy, and also what does it mean for jobs? I know that those are really your key areas of focus as you think about growing the economy for Wyoming. Travel is a major employer across America. 9 million direct jobs and 6.8 million indirect and induced jobs for a total of nearly 16 million jobs. These are supported by domestic and international travelers across the United States. Travel is the 7th largest employer in the private sector. Again, reminding you that this is 2019 data. The total number of American jobs that are supported by travel, we just saw that on the prior slide, 15.8 million. 1 in 10 American jobs in the private sector are supported by the travel economy. And travel-dependent leisure and hospitality is the largest small business employer in the United States. So small businesses across main streets, but you think about all the other service providers, that many of them are entrepreneurs and others who are seeking to create some important components in this. Just a very, very important factor about thinking about what this is in its entirety. And as I mentioned to you, the travel economy was hit really hard. This is March 21 compared to the same month, March of 2019. So we just took out 2020 and said, we're not even going to look at it. Let's look at a year when we were whole and where are we now in this recovery. So Wyoming relies predominantly on automobile travel. Obviously, air service is becoming more prevalent, but after this pandemic, that ratio is really, really changing. So across the United States, down 14% for auto trips, which is really good. But you can see that air passengers travelers down 48% as of March. Overseas travel, virtually zero, brought to a standstill because of this pandemic, down 87%. Hotel demand, and this comes to us through Smith Travel Research, down 19% overall. Short-term rentals, Airbnb, VRBO, HomeAway, AirDNA is the software that scrapes all of that together, but that's actually up 1%. So then we think about, where are we going? What does 21 look like for the travel economy? It is essential to the recovery of the United States, because people travel for business, they travel for education, they travel for leisure, they travel for medical reasons. Travel is just an important component. Recruitment, and so many of our industries just rely on the access to travel. But for leisure, there's a lot of pent-up demand, and wide open spaces will continue to contribute to the strong intent to travel as we move through 21. 83.5% of Americans have plans to travel in 21. Half of travelers are willing to vaccinate for travel clearance. There's been a lot of conversation in the last couple of days about vaccine passports, testing, but we're hoping, as an industry as a whole nationwide, that we can continue to find ways that we can bring groups together, meet in person, and continue to facilitate travel. No surprise to any of you as living here in Wyoming that visits to national parks and road trips were extremely high last year and continue to be extremely high this year. Again, auto travel expanded further to outnumber air travel 8-1, and we expect this gap to widen further in 21. Business and corporate travel will begin to slowly recover in Q4 of 21. International travel is expected to be a slow recovery, but we don't see much happening there until late in 22 or even moving into 23 for the international travel. So Wyoming's road to recovery. Actually, we fared better than most in the pandemic. And so this is the collection here that you see is travel spending. And so at our worst last year, obviously April and May, virtually any industry would show that. But we're starting to see the upward trend line is what we're really after, and to see this improve. And as we get ready to embark upon the summer months of travel, we'll continue to see improvement here. But just the cumulative losses since January of 2020, $1.4 billion in travel spending. That's a lot of money. State taxes, $27 million. Local taxes going into cities and counties, $16 million. We're down 17% of where we were in March last of 2019. So still very much in the mode of recovery, but I think we will really make up for some lost ground as we move through 21. So when we look at 2020, every year we do economic impact analysis on the industry as a whole. Overnight visitor volume actually decreased by 25%, even though it felt like we had a lot of people here. We had a lot of day trippers. We had a lot of people coming through, passing through. And so we still were down by 25%. That, of course, then affected travel spending, down overall in the calendar year of 25%. And when you think about people who are traveling, who are camping, and they're self-contained as a rule. They're staying in one place. They're not moving to a lot of different locations. They're not out buying a lot of different goods and services. In fact, people who stay overnight in hotels represent 67% of all travel spending, where people who stay in campgrounds only represent 18% of all travel spending. So it's a substantial difference. And we felt that gap. We felt that the change in that mode of travel last year. Tax receipts generated by travel were down 21.4%. And then direct employment, overall, we lost approximately 4,000 jobs. Today, it looks a little bit better. I have a slide here later for where we are on the month March to March, but it's much better improvement. But the hospitality sector alone, accommodations, lost 2,900 travel generated jobs. So still in recovery mode for that. As the state's largest private sector employer, this is substantial when you have those kinds of dips in the employment. So travel, and it was, I wish I would have heard the whole presentation that came up before us, because I'm always interested in jobs and how we look at these multipliers. But I think many times this industry is seen as entry level, low paying. These are not the good jobs, when in fact, there's such value in these jobs as it relates not only to the travel industry, but to industries overall. I think it is 80% of Americans, their first job was somewhere in the travel industry. And as a rule, over 10 years of employment, they make more money, even if they've left this industry and gone into other industries. So it's just a great launch pad for recruiting a workforce. Travelers to the state directly supported 28,630 jobs. That was in 2020. That is as a result also of those job losses that I just mentioned. And then over 12,000 in other industries. Travel spending generated $935 million in direct payroll. It's going into the pockets of Wyoming residents so that they can support their families, and an additional 609 in other travel, in other industries not related to travel. Travel and tourism supports 7.3% of employment in Wyoming, or one in every 8 jobs. It's the largest private sector employer among all private sector industries. Without travel and tourism jobs in 2020, Wyoming's unemployment rate would have gone from 5.8% to 13.1%. It's also supporting higher education. When you think about people who need flexible schedules and they want to move through and move to higher education, they're relying on these jobs. Support, a lot of summer workers, and also a fast track to management. I know that many of the jobs in Wyoming, according to the presentation that you just heard, don't require an advanced degree, but certainly if we want to support a middle class, you can move up through management very quickly. And you'll hear from some of your colleagues and here in just a little bit about what that means for their own businesses. When you think about the secondary impacts, we automatically think of travel as obviously accommodations and food service, arts, entertainment, recreation. But then look at all of the other industries and where you can see the supportive jobs: retail, trade, professional services, government, transportation, construction, finance, insurance, real estate, mining, manufacturing. I mean, when you have the largest private sector employer, these people are going out and buying goods and services. They need, they're living in our communities. They're contributing to our communities. They're serving on school boards. They're volunteering. They're Rotarians. They're running for elected office. So very, very important to understand that this really does have a very broad, expansive impact on Wyoming jobs. This is from the Wyoming Division of Economic Analysis. They do an insights every month. I hope all of you probably look at it. I know I do. You can see here compared to all other jobs, and I realize that the numbers on this are very small. That's why I have my cheat sheet right here in front of me so that I can see. But aside from state and local government, which represents 21% of jobs, leisure and hospitality represents 13%. The next, and that's the next highest employer of all industry categories, and certainly the highest of all of the private sector employers. And the good news is March over March is what this represents, down 400 jobs. So you can see that we're starting to come back in and making a recovery within this particular sector of Wyoming's economy. So let's talk about taxes and what it means. So we talked about jobs and how important those are and what this industry represents overall. 46% of the 2021 general revenue funds are estimated to come from sales and use tax. Sales and use tax is the largest contributor to the general fund for the state of Wyoming. Sales and use tax collections are traditionally the largest single contributor, and they're a major source of funding and revenue for local governments. And when you start to look at what these, you look at the industries, you can see where the sales and use tax collections come as Wyoming breaks this down. This is from, again, the Wyoming Division of Economic Analysis, and dollar amounts coming from the Wyoming Department of Revenue. And so when you think of retail trade, which right now, if you looked at it, construction and construction supplies, building materials are the largest contributor, no doubt. We don't know that lumber is off the charts, but retail trade certainly contributes and has always been the leading sector contributing to sales and use tax. Mining, I grew up in Gillette. I was born and raised in coal country. I know how important this industry is to Wyoming's economy. Certainly has been the second largest contributor, but unfortunately we know that there's been some really tough times in that particular industry. But leisure and hospitality, consistently the third largest contributor to sales and use tax for the state of Wyoming. and also contributing not only just to the state of Wyoming as a government, but to local governments as well. Much of this is going through, and this is all sales and use tax that is shown here. When you look at the FY20 tax collections by major industry, you'll see that retail trade contributed 40% of sales and use tax, mining at 12.5, leisure and hospitality at 12.3. So a substantial contributor to this particular government. And then obviously we know what governments do. You know, they build infrastructure, they build roads, they have police forces, they provide education. Such an important contributor to all kinds of things that are important to economic development, regardless of the industry that you are recruiting or trying to grow in Wyoming. This is a major contributor to what we're doing. And then the other thing that is, when we think about how we move people around the state, I think it's important to look at all of the tax collections. Obviously, local sales tax is important. The green line represents 2019, the yellow bar represents 2020. So you've got local sales tax distributions, local lodging tax, motor fuels tax. Think about travelers that are on our roads, and they're contributing to that. That's our visitor distribution system, either through highways or in the air, but a huge contributor to motor fuels tax in the state of Wyoming. And you can see the state and local, but just all coming from directly related to travel spending. And then when you think about the sales tax collections, again, from the Wyoming Division of Economic Analysis on April over April, certainly up in the leisure and hospitality in their contributions. So, but no surprise as we start to see the summer return, and we're definitely a warm weather destination, and 21 looks phenomenal. And so we're anticipating a great recovery in that way. The Wyoming Office of Tourism is, we're responsible for promoting our state as a travel destination, right? We want people to come here and enjoy it for their leisure travel, but also by doing that, we're enhancing the public image of Wyoming as a dynamic place to live and work. And through the impact of travel, as you've seen, this industry is enhancing the local and state economies, providing opportunities for people in our local communities. That's what this is about. This is about prosperity for communities all across Wyoming. And I know that sits at the core of the work that you're all doing. And so it just to be able to understand what this industry contributes. There's a great intersection of the catalyst of impacts of destination promotion as it relates to economic development, attracting strategic events, building transportation networks, raising the quality of life, and raising the destination profile. Again, you will have this presentation, but these are folks from GrowBiz, California, from the World Business Chicago. I mean, people all who are doing your work all across the United States are also partnering closely with destinations and looking at destination marketing as a way to incorporate other ways of leading that lifestyle for traditional economic development benchmarks. There's also a great halo effect from destination promotions. When people see advertising and they know about Wyoming as a place, but then when they come here and visit, it grows exponentially as a good place to live, a good place to start a business, a good place to start a career, a great place to attend college, a good place to retire, a good place to purchase a vacation home, all traditional economic development benchmarks. But when married with tourism and destination promotion, you really see how that grows exponentially, and you get that, that halo effect. And we're all getting to sit under the halo effect as we move through this. Another program that I just want to give a shout out to, because I think it's such a good one and it's managed here through the Wyoming Business Council, but is Main Street America. What we're after are livable communities. And people want to go to a place that they love. They want to have their experience of what they want to do in the great outdoors or whatever that passion may be, but they want livable communities. That is the marriage of tourism and economic together again, because visitors and residents enjoy doing the same things. So that, it marries quite well when we invest in our communities. And then just quickly to wind up before we hear from some of my other colleagues, but we did a pilot project last fall with the Wyoming Business Council and the Wyoming Division of Workforce Services, where we all contributed into a relocation campaign. It was done all digitally using LinkedIn and a couple of other digital assets, and we targeted certain communities and sitting under the umbrella of the tourism marketing brand of That's Why, we did a Why Relocate, and everything we did led with lifestyle assets and just a great result. In fact, Wendy and Sarah can share with you some of the leads, but we got over 3,600 qualified leads on that. That's actually people signing up and saying, I'm interested in learning more about Wyoming. Some were businesses looking for a place to relocate. Some were just looky-loos. Some were interested in vacations. Some people were job seekers, but people took that extra step, which is really an important piece. And I think when you look at where here's an example of a couple of the ads that ran on Facebook and on LinkedIn. Remote jobs are more popular than ever. Take being remote to the next level by relocating to Wyoming. Spend less, earn more, adventure most. Why relocate? And then the headline on the other one is take working remotely to the next level by relocating to Wyoming. Plant your roots where they have room to grow in our wide open spaces. Spend less, earn more, adventure most. So, and then all of the leads then went into the Wyoming Business Council, who then moved them forward. And we're looking at, we just got a $2.5 million grant from the Economic Development Administration. Sometimes just be careful what you ask for because you just might get it. And we got it. And I didn't realize that with federal grants that there's a lot of paperwork that goes into it. But we're looking forward to taking this again and seeing where we can move part of this relocate and even going much more strategically with almost like surgical precision to go deeply into see how we can elevate this to align with the strategies of where Josh and his team are going, to elevate Wyoming's profile, but in a way that has meaningful results to us. So the pilot project told us, this really does work. And I knew that. I mean, marketing it's about influencing people's buying decisions and hitting them at the right time, at the right place, in the right medium. And so just as the least populated state and the most adventurous, I will now turn it over to my colleagues, and I'll stick around for any questions that you may have when we're finished up. Sarah, is that you, or where are we going next?
I'm gonna speak next, Diane. Thank you.
Oh,
Can you
okay.
hear me okay?
So Chris Brown is on the agenda for next.
Great. Well, good morning, everybody. As Diane and Sarah mentioned, my name is Chris Brown, and I'm the Executive Director of the Wyoming Lodging and Restaurant Association. And I just wanted to take a few minutes to underscore some of the key points that my friend and colleague made and take a little bit deeper dive into it. But first, I just wanted to take a moment to say thank you so much to the Wyoming Business Council board and staff. The relief programs that you all administered, through the darkest days of the pandemic were a literal lifeline for so many businesses within our industry. And the hospitality and tourism industry is a labor-intensive industry. It takes a lot of employees to run a fully staffed, full-service restaurant or hotel or attraction. And the industry runs on thin margins. The average restaurant, for example, brings about 5% to the bottom line each month. And so without those relief programs, many businesses across the state would have had to shutter permanently. As I spoke with industry leaders across the state throughout the pandemic, they were relieved by the ease of applying and the speed that the relief programs were administered. And so on their behalf, please do accept our sincere thanks. So as Diane mentioned, hospitality and tourism play a vital role in Wyoming's overall economic success. The industry generates more than $200 million a year in state and local tax revenues. And our industry is the largest private sector employer, employing more than 28,000 full and part-time jobs. And these jobs range from entry-level staff to six-figured salaried positions with benefits and everything in between. Our industry sometimes gets passed over as a low-wage industry, and I want to take a couple of moments to speak to that. It's important to know that 90% of people in salaried restaurant positions started as hourly workers, and that's been my story. When I was 16, I got my first job as a dishwasher at the minimum wage when it was $3.35 an hour. And after a few months, when I was offered a new position as like a, a glorified dishwasher, really, a prep cook, and was bumped up to $4.25 an hour, I thought, wow, I hit the jackpot. This, this eventually led to my moving from the Northeast out here to Wyoming, where I helped open our state's first Outback Steakhouse up in Casper as the service manager. That was my first salaried job. And after a few years, I moved here to Cheyenne as a 28-year-old to open the Outback Steakhouse here and to run a multi-million-dollar a year business as the proprietor for 10 years before landing in the position that I am now with the Wyoming Lodging and Restaurant Association. And the reason that I like to share that story is that it's not unique to me. It's a common one within our industry. The hospitality industry provides a clear ladder towards salaried careers and business ownership for anyone that's willing to work hard and earn their way upwards. But the key is that the benefits of working in hospitality and tourism aren't limited to just those seeking a career in hospitality or tourism. What gets overlooked sometimes, I think, is that part-time entry-level and hourly work is important in our communities, and it fills a critical need in the workforce. It provides additional income and flexibility for people trying to balance their lives with other responsibilities. I can't tell you how many students that I had working for me during the Outback days that appreciated their job for the flexibility that it provided them while they were in school. Both high school and college students valued the ability to, earn extra cash while having a schedule that complemented their academic life or whatever other priorities they had going on in their life. And so, our industry really does play an important role in training Wyoming's future workforce for every industry. Across the country, 1 of every 3 Americans claim restaurants as their first job. And working in the hospitality industry provides employees with fundamental skills, like teamwork, time management, customer service. Those are all skills that stay with them throughout their careers within the industry and beyond to whatever career path, they choose to follow. So rather than accepting the unfortunate moniker of low-wage industry, those of us working in hospitality and tourism are proud of the role that we play in Wyoming's workforce and economy. The Wyoming Lodging and Restaurant Association and the industry as a whole has engaged in partnership, both financially and developmentally, with the University of Wyoming as they've elevated their tourism and outdoor recreation degree program. And all 3 of us on this panel have been involved in the advisory board overseeing, its development and just the success of that program. And so, as I mentioned earlier, we're a very labor-intensive industry. And so as we head into the summer months for what is shaping up to be really a strong rebound season for us, our biggest challenge is adequate levels of staffing to ensure that we're ready to welcome that pent-up demand for travel. So in closing, I didn't want to take a lot of time. I just, as the state's 2nd largest industry, I feel strongly that hospitality and tourism really does play a vital role in Wyoming's overall economy. And we're poised to keep growing and contributing to our state's success both now and in the future. So again, I sincerely appreciate the time this morning. I'll pass it over to my friend Alex Klein, and then be happy to stick around and take some questions. Thank you.
Thank you
Thanks,
so much,
Chris.
Chris. Great, Alex is there.
So I'm not in the room. I have to ask, is Tony not with us today?
Yes, that's correct, Alex.
Okay.
We need to speak with his Readiness.
Gotcha. Well, I will jump right in and, now I might forget, but Diane, thank you for kicking this off. I'm sure Chris feels the same. I feel like one of your backup singers after that presentation. I think you pretty much covered it to nuts, but I think there are a few points that I really wanted to hit and talk. I'll touch a little bit on group sales trends and forecasts, even though that's not really something I'm formally prepared for. I think it's important to note that there is kind of a difference going on in the corporate and group space versus the leisure space. And so, to touch on group and corporate travel, that is a section of the industry that remains depressed. And I think there's some optimism out there, particularly in the third and fourth quarter of this year, that the group space is starting to come back. And so the hotels like Little America and these other conference facilities, I think, are optimistic that seeing some of those more traditional groups return. It's disproportionate hitting a lot of these larger cities, which I think that may give Wyoming a little bit of an advantage because we don't have these large group hubs, these large convention centers that drive, in some cases, hotel rooms. Travel, I think you are seeing a lot of corporate travel start to slowly resume, but I think there are forecasts that indicate that it might take years to get back to pre-pandemic levels. And that's because I think that a lot of companies, out of necessity, are forced to adopt Zoom or Teams or whatever their video conferencing was of choice, and they've gotten used to it, and they've seen the ability to have these face-to-face meetings electronically versus in person. So I think there is a little bit of question right now about what that's necessarily doing for the corporate travel rebound. Now, I think that's a nice segue into what's happening in leisure. And so there's actually some benefits that are taking place in the leisure travel space as a result of that reduction of corporate travel. The first I think I would point out is airlines are starting to actually shift destinations. Airlines have multi-million-dollar planes. They want to make sure they're well utilized. And we do see destinations like right here in Jackson being the beneficiary of that. These airlines are actually throughout this pandemic. Jackson Airport now has more nonstop flights from, I think, 13 destinations than they've ever had in the history of the airport. We're adding not just the, but also some of the lower cost carriers. And that's good for these destinations. It's also good for the airlines. They're taking their aircraft and they're putting it to use in these non-traditional destinations as opposed to larger cities. We're still not back to airline travel, but we definitely are seeing that some of these more remote destinations are doing far better than some of the larger airports at this stage of the game. You know, it's really interesting in the leisure travel. Pre-pandemic, pandemic, and now post-pandemic. Pre-pandemic, leisure slowly returned to kind of post-2009 recession levels by about 2014, 2015. And then from 2015 to 2019, we actually saw international drive a lot of the destination travel. A lot of that was spurred by travel, particularly because of the visa waiver program that allowed the Chinese to travel here, getting one visa every 10 years instead of for every trip. And for those of us that resort destination locations, we saw it on the ground. Literally, you know, dozens, if not hundreds of buses of tourists, primarily Chinese, but also from other Asian and European countries, traveling through the national parks, getting a taste of what the American West was like. And that was really one of the, we saw parks like Yellowstone and Tetons that traditionally saw single-digit international travel, unlike some of the parks like Grand Canyon that always relied more on international travel, start to see 15 international travelers. And then the pandemic hit. I remember actually sitting in Cheyenne, at Little America Hotel, talking to people like Chris and Diane and Tony and other operators about this little bug in China and what that could do to potentially impact the Chinese travel to the national parks. And I don't think we necessarily fully understood at that point in time, at the end of January or early February, the impacts that we would see. But there was a lot of worry about the loss of international travel and what would happen. Well, of course, the pandemic an immediate detriment to travel and leisure and hospitality. National parks closed, travel pretty much shut down for a couple of months. But I think many of us, including myself, were just, we really underestimated what would happen in the aftermath of the shutdown and how quickly travel would rebound. Because we saw what happened in the last recession. It literally took 5 years to get back to those 2007, 2008 levels. after that last economic recession. And in this case, we actually saw travel return, I think, at a far greater clip than we anticipated. And it probably would have happened quicker were it not for some of the impacts of the ongoing pandemic. By September, the national parks, Yellowstone and Grand Teton, were actually seeing record visitation. And from September through March, which is when we had the last report, every month has actually reflected a new record. Anywhere from 15, I think 13% was where we were at in March versus the prior year. And in some cases, we're seeing over 20% growth over the highest years. October, I think, was one of the greatest surprises. October had traditionally been sleepy, and I think most people felt like October in the parks felt a little bit more like August because of that pent-up demand. Then we rolled into the winter season, which at least here in Teton County is driven a lot by ski traffic. And yes, there were impacts because Jackson Hole Mountain Resort put limitations on the number of skiers per day, but people came to Jackson anyway. They came to these remote destinations and these locations. And in some cases, they came not just to ski, they came to enjoy the out of doors, to enjoy the wide open spaces and just get out of wherever they happen to be. And Wyoming was considered a space that was maybe a little bit safer because it is wide open. One of our greatest benefits. We actually have some data that came out of the airport that said something in the neighborhood of 40% of the travelers that came out here in the winter actually did so not necessarily to ski or snowboard, but to just enjoy the elk refuge and enjoy wildlife photography and everything else that the region has to offer. Road trips and tours are now actually starting to really pick up. For this summer, I think the Great American Road Trip is back on. That includes hotel stays, Airbnbs, and camping. I think camping was one of the first entities to really rebound because it was considered maybe the safest choice in the COVID world. State parks in the state of Wyoming saw an increase of 200% in some cases. It became pretty tough to actually get that campsite that you wanted next to the river. The sales of RVs and vans have literally taken off. Places like Indiana, where they manufacture RVs, are actually seeing some of the biggest boom. And I think for a lot of the Sprinter vans you see driving around, there's about a 2-year wait list to get on that. Places like Yellowstone and Grand Teton instituted advanced reservation camping systems just to handle the visitor traffic, because lines were literally forming overnight at midnight to get into campgrounds in the national park. And people that couldn't find sites ended up having to sleep on the side of the road or whatever the case might be. Bus tours are returning to the national parks. Now, that's probably not going to include a lot of international bus tours, but the domestic bus tours are back in force. And generally speaking, the demographic that goes on bus tours are people that are more apt to be vaccinated. They're over the age of 65 in most cases, and they want to get out there and travel because they've spent the last year plus cooped up. And so the national parks actually just provided some guidance on what it will take for tour operators to achieve 100% capacity on their tour buses and allow them to pass through these parks and experience that. So there was a big question mark about what would happen with that domestic travel and tour business, but the parks actually worked very closely with the American Bus Association and Tour Association and some of the larger operators to put together a very sensible plan that I think ensures a balance of safety and the ability to have these tours commence back into the parks. And then obviously it goes without saying that it's still a little bit more challenging these days to travel internationally. You can't even get to our sister up north without quarantining for 14 days in Canada. So, if you're gonna travel around, do that road trip, you're kind of confined here in the United States to a certain extent. I think we are starting to see Europe and some other destinations slowly ramp up, but I think there is still a much higher desire for people to stick a little bit closer to home. And we're seeing that with advanced bookings in most areas of the state, particularly areas like Park County and Teton County, see advanced bookings that are about 15 or 20% ahead of even 2019 levels at this stage of the game. So the outlook is good. it's a little bit of a different demographic actually that's coming to these places. Historically, we saw a lot of people from the Northeast, a lot of people from Texas, a lot of people from California traveling out here. We're seeing a lot of people now from the Southeast coming to escape the heat and humidity. We're actually seeing a slightly lower income bracket than has traditionally visited some of these parts, which is actually really good, I think, to bring a more diverse traveler, unless I guess maybe you're selling super high priced art or something of that nature. But we are seeing a little bit of a different demographic. And I don't know that anyone would have predicted that, but it's definitely broadened the reach that Wyoming has. It's introduced more people to our brand. And I think, as one of the panelists said yesterday, you know, hospitality and tourism really is that front door to economic development. And I think, well, it is bringing some challenges. You know, Chris talked to the workforce challenges that are facing the industry. It's also bringing a great opportunity to introduce that many more people to this wonderful state and these great places. And so I think we'll end on a high note. And if there are any questions, I think myself and Chris and Diane would be more than happy to answer.
I've got a few questions prepared, but to the board, if there are any questions from you guys go ahead and ask first.
Are there any questions from the board? Ms. Tomasi?
Thank you. Diane, this is a question for you. You mentioned that 18% of the travelers come in and they're self-contained. And we all live, Wyoming is such a fabulous natural resource. How do we capitalize on those people that are coming for a day or two of fishing? And they are self-contained. They bring from Colorado and Utah their own food, their own RV, et cetera. How do we capitalize on that? Do you have any ideas about that?
Thank you so much for the question, and appreciate it. We are already working very closely with all of our federal and state land managers. So we have a very close relationship with the Division of State Parks and Cultural Resources, Wyoming Game and Fish, obviously our concessionaires inside of the national parks, National Forest Service lands. But the beauty of what you just referred to is a lot of times when people are here on their first vacation, we call it the first date of falling in love with Wyoming, right? We're out there laying out these beautiful inspirational marketing messages, and then you're inviting them in. But I would guess that a lot of you and many people that you know, when they started their business in Wyoming, if they weren't from here, they actually came here on a vacation. And so that really is just in and of itself that they're here is important. We obviously through technology have so much back end where people who raise their hand and say, I want information, or as we did with the Y Relocate program where they're signing up and giving us their name and contact information. I mean, this is all a very layered approach to growing that. But I think you'll see the increase in people who are camping. That was what that 18% was the campers. They're contributing to visitor spending. They're much larger in number than what their spending represents. And so there's opportunities at every step. We've been in conversations with Josh and members of his team about, we talked a lot about CARES funds last year, but we're talking about American Rescue Plan funds this year. But even if we didn't have those funds, what are some of these things that we want to do? And our office certainly sits in the wheelhouse of marketing, but in destination development, infrastructure is so important. Workforce, whether it's workforce housing, skilled workforce, what are the strategies to do that? How do we support the community colleges and the university to develop it? How do you incentivize businesses? How do we address aging infrastructure? We don't have a major convention center in Wyoming. And so there's a lot of opportunities to continue to grow on, getting people here is really sits in the responsibility within the scope of work of the Office of Tourism, but how to get them to move further and taking that step as a place to live and work and the right relocation. And it's really, what we're going after is we're going after who we want, not just taking who we get. That's the important key about strategic marketing is you can have it laser focused. And you know, it's versus just throw the spaghetti against the wall and see what sticks. You actually have a really laser targeted approach. So we'll continue with all of those. And, you know, in engagement, when people engage with video or ads or other content and storytelling. And again, there's so many synergies that sit around the work that the Business Council does and the Office of Tourism does when we want to talk about locals, a local approach, a local business. You know, there's all of these things where there's a lot of crossover. And what we want is that intersection where our mutual goals meet. What is that sweet spot? And how can we work together rather than independently to lift those up?
Madam Co-Chair, Diane, thank you. That info was great. Totally agree about the sort of remote workforce or the relocate sort of, you know, warm leads that are coming into the state. For perspective, I had my office in downtown Jackson for a couple years, and now I'm in Du Bois, which is the next great Wyoming destination, I think, after Jackson. But I can tell you that confidence is extremely high in the amount of tourism we're going to have this summer. Everybody's predicting bonkers. Du Bois was crazy last year, and people weren't really supposed to travel, theoretically. But they're scared to death because they don't have workforce. They don't have employees. They can't get them off unemployment. We saw what the governor, you know, did yesterday to hopefully maybe address that. I don't know. What are your thoughts there? And do you hear that from the industry just in terms of workforce and kind of what's going on? Are people worried about how they're going to support all these tourists and this different kind of tourist?
Thank you, Jason. Good to see you. Thank you. You know, it's a prevalent concern everywhere. Last year, there was concern in a lot of places because of housing, workforce housing. And so, you know, Jackson, Du Bois, even you think about dude ranches where, you know, they live in dormitory style settings and they rely on their workforce to be in pairs. And we just couldn't do that last year. So a lot of the businesses didn't even open, and the ones that did maybe operated at 50% of their capacity and or opened later in the season. But it still is of concern this year. The good news is because of vaccinations and testing in those particular segments of our industry, certainly Alex would be able to speak to it from what they're doing at Grand Teton Lodge companies, but they're able to, you know, address that in a much more proactive way this year. But it still doesn't hit the concern of not having an available workforce. And it's a prevalent concern nationwide. It would be the same concern here in Cheyenne as it is in Jackson or Du Bois. And so and I don't have the solution to it, but I certainly am willing to be a proactive part of what we do. You know, we've talked about how do you do incentives? How do you start to really lead more proactively with, if you want to work in one of these beautiful destinations and this is your passion, you know, that's the story first, is to get them in the heart. And then you also get to have this job. And so we'll continue to be a part of it. I think we have to really look at the programs that are already available within the University of Wyoming, the Outdoor Recreation and Tourism Management Program. The College of Business just launched their hospitality minor. Several of the community colleges have those. Chris Brown could speak to this, but there's a Pro Start program that's a vocational program through Wyoming high schools for this industry. So really, you know, building that up and dispelling the feeling that these are the dead end jobs. That's one of the things that I think is so important, is every industry has entry level jobs. Every single industry, you start somewhere, right? You start as a rookie. And sometimes even when you're later in your career and you switch industries, you start over, you know, as someone new, and experience allows you to gain that in your salaries. And so rather than thinking of these as the not good jobs, but as the jobs that support the foundational components of our communities and our economy, and a way to advance people through careers, if we could all start to embrace that as a way to look at this. And I don't think it's one industry against another. To me, Wyoming is at its very best when all industries are just soaring and thriving and doing well. And so again, happy to be a part of all and any conversations. but still just a very much an important part of what we're doing.
That's great. And I do think Jackson's a good example where it's got a cool factor to go into work there for the summer, you know, and living in your car.
Yeah.
And we see the bad headlines, but the people I talk to, that's like a badge. That's an Instagram photo every day. But my other question is, just because of your unique background, I want you to take your tourism hat off for a second and put on your Wyoming economy hat for a second, because you mentioned you were from Gillette. I've often thought of, you know, well, during the energy years, Gillette was a huge asset to the state, and we're all grateful for that. And it paid for a lot of things. And that was a difficult decision back in the day when that happened. Jackson to me is our Las Vegas, you know, is as to Nevada as Las Vegas. So do you feel like there are opportunities for us to leverage that economy, that tourism economy, more on a statewide level? I feel like we maybe, you know, being in Jackson, I know that people in Jackson don't necessarily want more tourists, but it is an asset we have in our state, and it should be developed properly. And I just wonder if, you know, do you feel like there's opportunities there for us to leverage that as a state more so than we do now?
So the simple answer is, of course, yes, absolutely. To put some of that into context. So in the northwest corner of the state, that's certainly where a lot of the developed assets are. And so, you know, we're so fortunate to have these beautiful icons of nature be within the Wyoming borders, and we get to be the beneficiaries of all of the expenditures. All the taxes that are collected inside of Yellowstone National Park go into Wyoming, and Teton County makes up about half of Yellowstone. Park County, Wyoming makes up the other half of Yellowstone. So all of those goods and services are taxable at Wyoming. And when you think about visitors there, and you think about a visitor management plan, it isn't that there are too many visitors, it's that there may be pinch points at certain times of day, certain days of the week, certain weeks of the year, certain months of the year. And so how do you use things that are already available in this industry through yield management? Airlines operate on yield management, hotels operate on yield management. And it's about knowing your ebbs and flows of when there are those pinch points. Within that, you can start to move, and especially now with technology, to move visitors into other locations. You mentioned Du Bois. Du Bois to me is the gateway to the gateway. And that's what, when you can push demand, supply starts to take care of itself. You know, the natural flow of economics is that you're pushing visitors out. And so now Du Bois. And then what's the next community? Is it Riverton and Lander? And how do we work on these components? But there's raw product available everywhere in Wyoming. The outdoor recreation office, I see Dominic is here, Dominic Bravo, with the CEO of Visit Cheyenne. But when Dominic was with the Division of State Parks, they started the outdoor recreation office, and they started looking at these outdoor recreation coalitions, where a big one that they've worked on that I think has been really successful, the Bighorn Basin, a lot of raw product there. But what is missing are other ingredients to that. So do you have service providers? You always, I would often have said that the visitor who comes to Wyoming wants to do many, many things. They might want to go river rafting. They might want to go fly fishing, want to go horseback riding. They want to go sightseeing for wildlife, want to go to a museum. They do not come with a horse trailer, horse, a saddle, a drift boat, waders, a bike, a helmet, chaps. They don't come with everything that they need. They're relying on service providers. And you have in resort destinations, a lot of those service providers are there. That's how they can keep people for several days, because there's enough activities to do. We have pockets of those in a lot of other places around Wyoming. But if you think of the Bighorn Basin and you think of what's there in that raw product, for, are there bike rental companies? Are there sightseeing companies? And that's where there's opportunity in this entrepreneurial world, is how do you train people to run a 12-month business when you really have about maybe 5 months of high visitation? But that's no different than ranching, right? We make hay when the sun is shining. You sell your cows once a year, you get one paycheck. You know, that's not any differently. This is not new science. It's just taking what we already know and that's and putting it back into training businesses and workforce. And that's why some of these educational programs are so important. There's so much that can be developed. And and rather than having all of these multiple plans we have a program called YBEST, which is a destination development program. There are a lot of other communities who've done community assessments. Main Street has programs. Is how do we bring those together and let it be collective together? Pam, I know you've been so successful with the Main Street program and what you did in Rollins, and you've worked with us closely on even a visitor management plan there and to grow that as a visitor economy. I could go on for days. I know you have other things on your agenda, but happy if there's anything else to answer any other questions.
Cindy, Ms. Johnson, we'll start with you, and then Mr. Brown, you can go next.
Hi, Diane.
Cindy, and then.
I hope that the state of Wyoming, I mean, we're all appreciative that we have a nationally recognized state director, and we appreciate you.
Thank you.
So one of the things, when you were giving your numbers, it sounded so, it sounded awful. You can't say it any other way. But some of the CARES Act money that then Dan was talking about, some of that money, do we have any numbers on how we raised up maybe some of the deficit there? Did we close that gap?
I would have to defer to Josh and your team in terms of what went to the to tourism related businesses. I know you probably have the volume amount there.
Thanks, Ms. Johnson, for the question. I don't have them on the tip of my tongue, but we do have numbers on how much was in, and so we can provide some of that in a follow-up.
And just to your question also, we were able to leverage, we got $5 million in CARES Fund just for our office alone, which we distributed back out to all of the local lodging tax boards across the state. There are 27 lodging tax boards across Wyoming. They're the ones that are responsible for local promotion. And we ended up reverting out of that 5 million, only 175,000 roughly. So it was well used. And, you know, it was hard because we didn't know the extension was coming. And so everything, we got the approval July 1st and everything had to be expended by December 31st. But our communities were able to do that. And that helped offset so many of the communities in their own tourism marketing. You know, they just didn't have the revenue coming in, and they were able to use these dollars to still reach out. We did a lot of co-op partnerships with that.
Madam Co-Chair. Ooh, sorry, guys.
1 second, Mr. Lott, 1 second. Mr. Brown, did you have a question?
Not all about Madam Co-Chair and Diane, and following up on Kathy's statement. I'm heard, I think, for the first time, the self-contained group, but you know, throughout our great state and all of our the things that we have to offer, but speaking kind of specifically to fisheries, even in our country, and Glendo and Guernsey and Grey Rocks, and I watched the self-contained folks come, and I have often thought to myself, you know, especially given the revenue situation, how can we garner a few more dollars from those folks, because they use all of our facilities, our roads, and our state park fees are so modest. So I'm glad to know that you're aware of it, that you're thinking about it. I certainly don't know what the answer is. I told Cindy I'm reminded of Governor Hathaway's now famous, I think, statement about Colorado fishermen. They leave home with a clean shirt and a $5 bill, and they come to Wyoming and fish for a week, and they don't change either one, you know. So I think it's a point well taken that we do, if we can, figure out a way to enhance our revenue from the self-contained group. So
may I just add, they are spending money. I do not want to paint these folks as not contributing. That would be the last thing I would want to leave you with. They are, you know, they're buying goods and services. They're paying fees to be in our state parks or on our public lands. It just isn't to the same level. And that's what I wouldn't want them to go unrecognized for their contributions at all, because I think growth and expenditure in any sector is important. You know, it's
Great. Mr. Law.
Thank you. Madam Co-Chair Diane, great presentation. That's awesome. I'm going to jump back to the infrastructure a little bit, and we paint this beautiful imagery of our state that we all love, and we have family that wants to move here and things like that. But I want to talk about infrastructure for just a second, and this is a big thing to try to solve because but we do all of these things, and then we have a 100-car pileup on I-80, and it gets shared a million times. And I was wondering, do you ever talk to the Wyoming Department of Transportation on what they can do to try to mitigate some of those things? Because that reflects inaccurately on our state when you see those sorts of things, and it just gets shared over and over and over again, and it's like, that's a very tragic sort of thing. But I think if we could figure out some way to reemphasize how important it is to make that corridor safer, I think it would go a long way in propagating our message that we would try to do with our state.
Thank you for the question. We have a very close relationship with the Department of Transportation. We are actually tenants in one of their buildings, but we rely on them for a lot of services for the traveler. To the I-80 question, I would leave that to transportation experts to understand and how the safety issues could be addressed in the most effective way. But what I can speak to is the mitigation of negative information. And sometimes it's important to address it directly. Other times it's important to elevate the other positive components. I mean, in transportation corridors, I think about what we've done here in Cheyenne on Lincoln Way, where the medians, if you can draw the eye to something that is attractive, it psychologically will leave something else. And even on a lot of studies that I'm sure the Main Street program and even rural development would emphasize this and reinforce it, but that if you create, you can have a lot of what's out there as you enter into communities, small communities across Wyoming. But if you have something that is the ta-da, you have arrived, the psychology of what they saw before is minimized, and the power of that positive sort of making that statement is what really resonates and is what lingers. And I was just in Cody Monday for a meeting for National Parks Day. And the superintendents of both Yellowstone and National Park were there and were speaking. They were talking about visitor surveys, how visitor surveys have not changed as volume of visitors have increased. It is driving park employees crazy, and it is driving local residents crazy. But the trip satisfaction and the experience is still, oh my goodness, I'm in this most wonderful place ever. And so that's why public image and reinforcing this is such an important work that we all need to do together, because it doesn't say that we're ignoring the things that need to be addressed and the gaps and the other pieces. But what we're saying is, let's highlight the assets first and foremost while we work on addressing the things that need to be course corrected.
Thank you. That was a great answer. And yeah, I mean, just do what we can to overcome it. But yeah.
Yeah, the work is never done, right?
So I do have two questions, just kind of as we're really having some of the conversations that we are. I'd like for you, as well as Chris or Alex, who I know are also with us online, to maybe talk about infrastructure a little bit more detailed in terms of where you see priorities and opportunities in terms of, getting into a little bit more specific. And then the second question, I think that I'd be interested in, if you feel that this is an opportunity for Wyoming. I absolutely agree with your statement in that there's an entire industry there of jobs from your entry level all the way up. Is there opportunities that Wyoming should be taking more advantage of in getting the more corporate level opportunities across Wyoming? Do you feel that we have enough of a balance between the higher paying tourism sector as well as the entry level jobs? Or do you feel that there's a lot of opportunity that we should be focused on in making sure we have that balance in our economy?
Thank you for the question. I am going to take the first part, the infrastructure. That's easier for me than the second one. So the infrastructure, we've been meeting, we had a meeting with Darren Westby, Director Westby is the head of the State Parks Division, and they submitted $750 million worth of infrastructure into the governor's office for consideration for an infrastructure bill. I know that he shared that with you too, Josh. With that, what's included, Game and Fish has included several pieces of information. YDOT has a lot too. What we're trying to do is, see where these intersect together, and we can elevate them as a tourism recreation kind of conglomerate together. But the things that and I'm only speaking anecdotally here without having done this work that deserves to be done when we look at priorities. But think about the things that link communities like bike lanes and bike paths. And so as you think about these kinds of connectivities, or from many times we get caught up in who owns is it federal land? Is it state land? Does it belong to a local government? Is there private land that goes in between there? So how do you start to make these connectivities to like outdoor recreation and then back to communities? And is it done through things like bike lanes? Is it done through transportation services? I'm not sure where that sits, but those are the things that we want to look at. I do know that within our state-owned assets, at many of our state parks, there's a desire to build those up, whether it's through boat ramps or additional accommodations, additional services. I think that Wyoming's actually, we almost have a blank slate, and that would make it sound, again, I don't want to make a statement that would be left with leaving the camping people as not contributing, but we really have so much opportunity for development without changing our lifestyle. That's what residents get concerned about is, I don't want to be the next Jackson Hole. Well, chances are that you won't be. And Jackson Hole is what Jackson Hole is for a really good reason. And, there's other things there. So that would be my answer on the infrastructure, is the community connectivity. I do think that air service is an important component in driving leisure and business travel. And I mentioned a convention center, which I think would be a really important piece of Wyoming's overall product offerings as we look at this. And then even on the second part of your question about the ratio of the C-suite to just the workforce, the general workforce, because this is such a labor intensive industry, you're always going to be weighted so heavily with the workforce itself. These are not jobs that are easily outsourced to technology. And so you really do need a body there. You need someone, even in, through the pandemic, when you look at QR codes for menus, it's like you don't get the full effect of the menu. And I thought, why do I need to see a picture of a cheeseburger? I know what a great cheeseburger looks like. I kind of miss the picture of the cheeseburger and not being able to see it. So there's, but you'll have, I think you'll always have this heavily weighted ratio of the workforce in this particular industry. And then you have this opportunity for people, like right now, we'd say these are all seasonal workers. We don't have a lot of full-time employees, even in a place like Teton County, that I think they said there's 12,000 part-time workforce there, but they may be living there year-round in that community. They may be working for Jackson Hole Mountain Resort in the winter, and then going and working for Grand Teton Lodge Company in the summer months. So they're living and working there year-round, but they're not maybe with one particular employer. And so these are still Wyoming residents. They're still making a living. They're still contributing to our economies. And I use Jackson only because I knew the numbers there, but there'd be other communities that would have the same situation.
And I wanted to build on that just a little bit, and speaking to the question about is the balance right between opportunity with entry level and salaried good paying jobs within the industry. And I would say absolutely it is. The challenge for our industry, on top of what Diane mentioned about being labor intensive, is a similar issue that many industries in our state face, and that is lack of workforce. There is absolutely opportunity for any level of hospitality and tourism position right now, from, as I've mentioned before, entry level to all the way to the top, to the six-figure executive. I can't think of too many businesses that I could call today that aren't, if they're not looking for someone right now in those positions, they're absolutely working to develop their bench and have the next person in line, or who's going to take over after XYZ person, et cetera. So I think the balance is there. I don't think we need to change from a recruiting perspective. I think we need to attract more quality workers to the state. That really is the issue from my perspective. If we were able to do that, for anybody seeking a career in hospitality and tourism, the sky is the limit, and it really is a job seeker's market for opportunity right now.
Alex, did you want to chime in on any of that?
Sure. I just want to go back to a point that Jason made, where I think in some cases we provide these great opportunities to build a career and support a family, but we also provide people that want to come to Jackson and have a good time. I think not all jobs are created the same, and we can do both. I think we can provide that entry-level job that is just somebody looking to spend the summer or the winter in Jackson, be a ski bum in the winter, or be a river rat in the summer, and scrape it out and I think have a good time. I started in that category. I lived in dorm 6 right here on property as a busser at Jackson Lake Lodge, and I didn't necessarily know that I would end up back out here. I was trying to pursue my career in this industry, but we're employing a lot of people that aren't necessarily looking for that full-time year-round job. We're employing a lot of college students, in some cases high school students. I think it is important to note, we traditionally, throughout the state employ over 2,000 visa employees on the J1 or H-2B visa, and those visa programs are very important to our state because I think they do help support some of those higher paying jobs by filling some of those lower level jobs that we just have that seasonal need for. And so I think we want to do both. I think we want to try to create more of those sustainable year-round jobs and also create those experiences throughout the state. And I think every community is a little bit different in terms of that mix, but Wyoming is, on the whole, a very seasonal employer. And so I think that we want to focus on both aspects.
Perfect. Okay, we're at the end of our time, but I would like to thank you, all of you, for joining us today. That was very helpful, especially in regards to some conversations that were on the forefronts of having. So Diane and Chris and Alex, thank you so much for taking your time to join us today.
Thank you. And just know that, we enjoy working directly with the folks at the Wyoming Business Council and have for a long, long time. And we look forward to continuing that. Thank you so much for having us, and enjoy your meeting today in Cheyenne.
Great. And Josh wants to say just a few words here, and then we'll head off into the break.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Co-Chair, and thank you for the panel and organizing all of this and presenting all of this information. If that information is available for everyone, that would be very good to have. To answer Ms. Johnson's question about how much of the CARES Act funding that we were responsible for distributing, about $70 million went to businesses in the tourism economy. So hospitality and tourism there. So quite a bit for sure. I think that's a pretty good representation. I also wanted to correct a mistake I made earlier today when I was talking about Tenure Awards. It was actually Kim Reitmer who has celebrated her 10-year anniversary with us, and she's our East Central Regional Manager. That covers the counties of Converse, Niobrara, Natrona, and Platte. And there she is there smiling. Thank you, Kim, thank you for your grace, Kim, allowing me to goof that up. All of the things that I said about Kim Porter are still 100% true, except for how long she's. And I think it's special to note the role of a regional director at the Business Council. In a lot of ways, we've all been on an island over the last year with COVID, but it turns out that that's how regional directors have been forever. And they represent the Wyoming Business Council in 100% of the things that we do. They are that person in those communities. And if you think about the geography that they cover, the different types of communities that they cover, it's pretty impressive to see what regional directors do for us. And Kim is no exception there. One of her communities is bringing a project forward today. So I think it's pretty exciting there as well. We appreciate the roles of all of the regionals that they play in their communities. I know their communities and the economic developers do as well. But Kim, thanks for appreciating my gaffe there, and thanks for your 10 years.
Okay, we're now on to our break. If everybody wants to go ahead and take a break and then pop over here about 10:05, that should give everybody just enough time to take a quick breather. Jason, shop. Where's Josh? I know, like if we both smack at the same
I'm not the
time.
last one sitting, right? Is that the rule?
Right. Oh, you're lucky Mark's not in his seat.
Yeah. Look, Chuck's over there.
I know. I even gave him warning. Okay. All right, thank you. So we'll go ahead and get started again. We're now at our investments committee conversation. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to our committee chair, Mr. Coyne.
Looks like we'll get started here. We have a nice agenda and a couple of neat projects to hear about today. We also have a handful of kind of housekeeping things that we need to go through. And as such, I'm going to take some liberties just to be efficient and provide appropriate opportunity for our communities to speak. I'm going to move some of our action items up the agenda a little bit and move the projects down so we can get those out of the way. And so with that being said, just kind of as an overview, want to welcome our communities that are having projects to present today. We appreciate your efforts in coming and speaking on behalf of those projects. One of the interesting parts that our staff has had to adapt to through this process is COVID. And so thank you for the challenges of Zoom meetings and presenting those projects to our committee level situations through those meetings and all of the dynamics that took place in that. And one of the things that I'd like to point out is we're asking our investment committees to really take a hard look as we look forward a little bit into the funding side of the equation that's coming down the pipe. We're challenging them with evaluating how to be the most efficient and effective with Wyoming dollars as we can possibly be. And as we took on that challenge, we started a process that spoke to, or what we're calling internally, kind of a scorecard. And it's not a means or an end all to be all, but it's a process that we're trying to evaluate and understand how we can be as effective as possible with these dollars. And historically, some of the projects that we've been a part of and some of those that we passed on, with this new approach and strategy, those could be different as we move forward. And so I wanted to point that out. It's an evolving process. We're on the front end of that, but certainly something that we're trying to do to be as appropriate with those Wyoming dollars as we possibly can. And so with that being said, I'm going to now hand it over to Mr. Warren and have him speak to some administrative rules that we need to take action on.
You look at page 11 on your materials, you will see a 3-page memo that has to do with some administrative rules items that we need this board to revisit today. The first one has to do with the Business Ready Community Program rules. You may recall at our December 2020 meeting, this board took action to adopt those rules. Subsequent to that action, the staff elected to put those rules out for a public comment period, which is not required of the Business Council, but is something that we do use in some rulemaking capacities. What that did, however, was it created a conflict with a specific section of statute that requires the rules to be filed with the Secretary of State's Registrar of Rules within 10 days of that adoption. So with the public comment period being 45 days, you can see we were already well outside that. So today we're asking the boards to affirm that action and adopt the amendments to the Business Ready Community Rules so we can get those fully promulgated. We're looking at a similar situation with the Large Loan Program rules. That one is a little bit different in the sense that when the boards took action in this past March to adopt amended rules, we discovered that that motion was flawed in as much as the Business Council did not have existing rules on file to amend. The large loan program rules previously existed within the state treasurer's office. And now that those have been codified in statute and assigned to the Business Council, the correct action that we need from this board is the adoption of new rules for the large loan program. So what we will do going forward is we will make sure that we're clear on exactly which rulemaking process we're going to use, since the Business Council has the flexibility to leverage it in different ways, and making sure that this board's actions are a little more clear going forward. I'm happy to answer any questions. The actions before you today are the adoption of amendments to the Business Ready Community Rules and the adoption of new rules for the large project loan program. Those may be combined into a consent agenda if it is the pleasure of the board.
Any questions for Warren in regards to the action items being presented? With that, I would move that we provide consent to accept. Oh, take a motion, sorry. Take a motion for the approval of both the amended rules for the BRC program and the adoption of the large loan program.
Mr. Chairman, I would move that we adopt or make formal adoption of the amended rules for the BRC program.
Second.
There is a motion and second on the floor. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Looks like our motions have been adopted. Thank you very much.
Mr. Coyne, if I may, just as a point of order, I have a motion and a second on the BRC rules, but not on the large loan rules.
Okay. Move now for a motion to accept the new rules on the large loan program. There is a motion and second on the floor. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. We'll now move on and switch the agenda here just a little bit, as I spoke to earlier. And we'll ask Noel, please, to provide for the memorandum regarding the extension of time for the Powell Conference Center.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair, Mr. Committee Chair. The City of Powell is requesting a 2-year grant extension for the BRC Community Readiness Conference Center project. The Business Council Board of Directors recommended this project back in September of 2018, and the SLIB approved that recommendation at their October 4th, 2018 meeting in the amount of about $2.6 million. The BRC funds were allocated to construct a 10,000 square foot conference and community center adjacent to a privately financed 70 to 80 room lodging facility. This conference center will have the capacity for gatherings of about 250 people and will also contain a commercial kitchen. The facility will be constructed in the Gateway West Business Park. That park is currently privately owned, but once all the grant agreements are in place, the city will proceed through the steps to transfer ownership of the land to them. The conference center will also be owned by the City of Powell and leased to the lodging facility, and the adjacent lodging facility will operate and maintain the center. Stephen Warlick, a private developer, has been selected to construct the Best Western Plus Clock Tower Inn of Powell. He has extensive background and experience in hotel lodging and hospitality. He also owns a 126-room lodging facility in Billings, Montana, as well as a lodging facility in Northern California. He's secured 2 acres of land in Powell and has an agreement to secure another 2 acres in the same area. The Clock Tower Inn will be obligated to pay a lease for 20 years with the option to purchase after the grant funds are repaid. The City of Powell is requesting this 2-year grant extension due to various delays in construction. In 2019, an unforeseen project by the hotel developer to operate a restaurant at an existing property took time and attention away from this project. And then in 2020, they experienced significant COVID impacts on the travel and tourism industry. The 2-year extension request is needed to re-engage investors and realign private financing. The developer intends to break ground in the third quarter of 2022 with an opening 12 months later. The investment team recommends and requests the board to approve this 2-year grant extension for the city of Powell for their conference and community center. We do have some members of the community online that can answer any questions if you have, and I'm happy to answer any questions as well.
Mr. Committee Chair, if I could make just a comment. Typically, the staff would not bring a contract extension to the board, but this is a significant amount of time. And so we felt that it was best that the board was aware of, the community's request, and that it's important to the community enough that they're willing to hang with this process and the developer. And so we felt that it was appropriate to bring this particular request for the board's consideration because of the time frame.
Thank you. Any questions for the floor for either staff or representatives on the line from Park County and Powell? Ms. Tomasi.
Thank you. I just have a question about building and waiting to build the convention center. How do you feel lumber prices are going to affect this? I mean, the loan is set, or the grant is set. What's going to happen? I mean, none of us can predict, of course, but we have seen in the last 6 months a huge amount of increase in lumber prices. And then I have one other.
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair, Madam Co-Chair, Ms. Tomasi. Yes, that's a concern. It hasn't gone to bid yet, but we'll I guess cross that bridge when we get to it, and hopefully the bridge won't be built of lumber too. But we have encountered this before with other projects, maybe not to this extent, but prices are always rising and changing, and things happen. And so sometimes it's possible to value engineer things so you still get a good product, but maybe not quite as fancy as you originally envisioned or whatever. But I'm confident that Powell can navigate that. And if they can't, then we'll deal with that then. But they have had good performance on grants in the past. So we believe they're a good partner and can manage that.
That's what I wanted to hear. Okay, and this is just a procedural question. Does the SLIB board now have to re-approve?
They do not.
Ms. Johnson.
Thank you, John. Do we have an idea of how much money the community is going to lose by not having this built on time? And do we have any estimates of that? Mr. Committee Chair, Ms. Johnson, no, I don't think that we have hard numbers on that. How, they had some good numbers when they applied for the program as to what this could do for their community, but nobody anticipated what was about to happen. And so the fact that they didn't get it built before COVID, I'm not sure that it was a tremendous loss because people wouldn't have been filling the convention center anyway. But I feel like they're poised to get this built, get it in their community and start filling it with some of those meetings that were, was mentioned previously. Maybe Wyoming's primed to take on some of those conventions and larger gatherings that can't happen in places like Las Vegas or that people are nervous about. So we still feel like this is a good project. We don't know what they've lost by not being built on time, but they were willing to be patient with this developer in order to raise the funds for the adjacent hotel, because there's a lot of evidence to the fact that having the lodging next to a meeting facility is very important.
Ms. Thayer?
Chair, this is Rebecca Burns, the Executive Director. If it's appropriate, I'd like to comment.
Yes, please.
Yeah, so I'm Rebecca Burns, the Executive Director for the Powell Economic Partnership, the Powell Chamber and Visitor Center. Thank you so much for your consideration to extend construction and reporting for the conference center and the private hotel. I feel so fortunate to have this action item come up today because Diane Schober, Chris Brown, and Alex Klein are fantastic, and they really knocked it out of the park and illustrated why the travel and tourism industry is more important now than ever to Wyoming's economy. And that is absolutely true in Park County. They talked about jobs. I can tell you that in Park County, the travel and tourism industry supports on average about 4,000 jobs. Last year, in a COVID year, we had over 800,000 people visit. Normally it's over 1 million visitors. And really what we are needing is a modern conference facility. Right now, the conference facilities are attached to community colleges and other things like that. And to tell you the truth, when COVID hit and community college were under the rules of universities, that basically negated any meetings happening whatsoever. Although our community was meeting in person and following the guidelines of the state on a regular basis, and we could have actually used that conference center during that time, and having a private conference center would have really been beneficial even during COVID. I will say that. The hotelier is not able to be on the call right now. He had another important meeting he's actually running, but he's looking at national numbers, and the conference and tourism industry, business travel is going to come back nationally in 2023, which would align perfectly with his open date. I do believe that the conference industry will come back sooner, and is already happening in Wyoming. But really, when Diane was talking, so many things were illustrated, and during this wait period, the Powell Economic Partnership has really taken advantage of that to prime the community. So when you're thinking about travel and tourism in Park County, you're often thinking about Cody. Powell is about 20 miles northeast of Cody, but we are sitting in about 1 million acres of BLM land. 80% of the land in Park County is federally managed. And so what does that mean? That means a ton of economic opportunities for the county. There were some questions earlier posed to Diane about, what other industries can we support in the travel and tourism industry? And one of those is absolutely outdoor recreation. And right now, PEP is spearheading with another state agency, the Outdoor Rec Agency, a Park County collaborative. These collaboratives are, sprinkled throughout the state. Our first larger meeting is actually next week. What this is going to allow Park County to do is identify certain trails, waterways, access points for visitors. And really what the state does is they help liaison with the land managers. And again, 80% of our lands are federally managed. So the state helps liaison with the land managers and a informal community so that tourists and residents can access those lands. Another thing that we're really focused on in 2020 is local foods. That's another initiative that the Business Council is working with the Office of Tourism on. And I've spoken to a number of people, both at the Business Council and the Office of Tourism, about agritainment. So essentially Powell has been an agritainment location for many years. And we do agricultural tours and so on and so forth. But what we're really looking to do moving forward is to elevate our crops and marry that with the tourism industry. One example would be 90% of the barley for the craft brew industry is actually grown right here in the Bighorn Basin. And that is a tourist gold mine. When you're talking about adding jobs and industries, you can have brew tours and adding distribution and those types of things, but it's also about elevating the barley. Why is it so unique? Why does the craft brew industry want to use barley from the basin? And it's a lot of community and also business development. And those things take time. The other project that we're working on feverishly is the arts and building our arts community. We actually have amazing assets already, but it's just, again, elevating those to the community, but also the business sector and also visitors. So we have one of the largest art supply stores in the state. We have multiple galleries. We have an amazing programs at Northwest College. We have amazing programs at the high school. But if you drove through Powell, you would not think any art is happening. And that is really an opportunity to elevate our destination as well. Diane also talked about bike paths. I have been in conversation with the federal governments, the Great American Rail to Trail organization. They actually plan to have their bike path that starts on the East Coast and go to the West Coast, go right through the Bighorn Basin. We are so lucky. And
Ms. Burns, as much as I appreciate the background and the help on this to try to keep this thing moving in the right direction, I'm sorry to cut you off, but I'm going to ask and defer to Ms. Thayer at this stage. I know she had a question, and maybe we can try to keep on topic here for the moment. Thank you.
My apologies. Thank you.
No, you're great. And I'm sorry to cut you off. Trust me, we all love to hear the opportunities and all the good things that are going in on our communities, but we have a packed agenda today, and we certainly want to provide appropriate time for those that are present and looking for funds. So forgive me for cutting you off.
Thank you, Co-Chairman Quinn and Madam Co-Chair. I guess I just want confirmation that in the contract that our BRC funds are contingent on that private funding. It makes me, I have heartburn with the 2-year extension request is needed to re-engage investors and realign private financing. So is that in the existing contract, Julie?
Madam Co-Chair, Mr. Committee Chair, and Ms. Thayer, yes, that's always been a part of the contract. So, and that will remain in place.
Thank you. I'm sure it was. We just wanted to dot every I and cross every T.
Absolutely.
Any other questions from the board? With that, I will ask for a motion to approve the extension. There is a motion.
Second.
There is a second. All in favor of extending the contract per staff recommendation? Aye. Sorry, let me back up, get protocol right. We have discussion here. Is there any further discussion? With that, I will ask for a motion. We got the motion, we got the second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign? Motion carried. And thank you. We'll now move into a handful of reports from Josh Keith. Is that you, Noel? Okay. I guess Noel's going to provide this for us. Oh,
Sorry.
He's online. Sorry, Josh. Go ahead.
That's okay. I apologize for not being there in person. I'm at the Ag Bankers Conference today in Saratoga, and so I will try to make this quick and get through these things as quickly as possible. So we have a couple of items for you today, and I'll just dive right into the first one. The first one is the usual quarterly challenge loan report that we have today. You'll notice that there are a couple more past dues. There's a couple of reasons for this. One is that it's after the first of the year, and a lot of our economic disaster loans are due on an annual payment basis. You'll see, besides our very first one with Weber Ag, which is a continuing work in process with the AG's office to get that one taken care of, that the next two are Ed Lay and Ryan Riggs. Those ones are Goshen County economic development deals. We've been in contact with them and actually already received Ryan Riggs's payment as well as Ed Lay's. So those are taken care of already. It was the first time the payment goes out each year. It kind of takes a second for the borrowers to understand like what this was for again and how this whole system works. So, and then the next two are Lyle Bjornstead and Cody Easom. Lyle has been in contact with us. He had a medical emergency, and so we have been in contact with Lyle, and we will continue to be working with him to get that payment. Cody Easom is the next one. He has been honestly unresponsive, and so we are trying to continue to get a hold of him. This week, funny enough, I actually went down a different trail to contact him with his new banker, and so have good contact information again, just to make sure ours was correct, which it was. So that one hopefully will not be staying on the list too long, but we'll continue to contact him and work with him to get that payment due. And so you see there that the amount past due for him is about $11,000. And I have his corresponding loan balance right there. You know, the funny part is that Mr. Easom has been on time the last 3 years. And so I'm not quite sure what's going on now, but we'll continue to work that loan and make sure we get the payment to us. The next is the loan loss reserve. We have losses reserved just in case of those bad loans for about $1.9 million total. Just to refresh everyone's memory, we reserve 0.5% on the total loan portfolio, but then we also probably go very conservative compared to industry standards, and we reserve 10% of all economic disaster loans. So and you'll see that there's a full reserve of Weber Ag, the very first one on the list, and Brett Weber, and how much those amounts are there. That results in the final balance in the challenge loan fund of about $6.8 million available to be doing other deals around the state. And with that, as you see, I'm currently in Saratoga at the Ag Bankers Conference. So I'm happy to answer any questions on the quarterly challenge loan report.
Any questions for Josh? With that being said, I will ask, is there a motion to accept the report?
So moved.
There is a motion and second. Any further discussion? With that, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign? Report has been accepted. Josh, you want to move on to the Challenge Loan Program audit report?
Yes, sir. So the next item on the agenda is the audit report. This also, you'll notice the citation in the statute 912-306, where the business council loan portfolio does get examined by the banking division every year. Typically, this happens in February. They do look at all new loans as well as review the other loans that we have on the books already. So I won't bore you with a lot of the details, but you can see in the report, there's a scope of the exam. There's also, you can see there some past history going over the past few years in regards to the type of loans and the loan balances there. Probably one particular loan that everyone may be interested in is the Wyotech loan. And so if you recall back in 2018, the legislature put aside a special allocation of $5 million for Wyotech and Laramie. I will tell you that the Wyotech loan has been performing as agreed. If you recall, we did grant them a payment extension. Their interest payment was due back in June of 2020, and we had extended it to the end of 2020. I'm happy to tell you that the school made the interest due payment as well as brought all of the interest current through the end of the year. So They have one more interest-only payment that's due in June of this year. I know that their numbers have been above projections, and they've been performing as agreed, and honestly have been great to work with, turning in their reports on time, giving us equipment lists, all of the usual loan servicing stuff that we have to do. Moving further down, towards the end of the report, I'll get down to the important part. So on page 4 of the report, you'll see the big heading that says findings. There were no technical exceptions or no major findings in regards to the administration of the loan portfolio. And so I guess we would say we had a clean audit this year. I was especially happy with, on page 5, you see loans with documentation exceptions. There were none of those. Last year we had one exception where we had an old personal financial statement on a borrower, but this year we were able to make sure that we have all documents as requested and are maintaining and servicing the loans as agreed. So we had an exit interview back on March 25th. I did with Dylan Smith, who was the head examiner for the Business Council. Really, there were no suggestions from Dylan. There were no findings. And so it was a nice, easy conversation, which was great to have. So I'm happy to answer any questions in regard to the loan portfolio exam.
Any questions for Josh on the audit report? With that being said, I would like to move forward with a motion to accept the audit report. There is a motion. Multiple seconds, but I think Cindy beat everybody to the punch. Any discussion? With that, I'd like to ask all in favor, please signal by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Great job, and staff should certainly be commended on such a wonderful report. Annual challenge loan report. Josh, do you want to give us an update on that?
Yes, sir. So this next one, this is required by the Joint Minerals Committee. On or before July 15th each year, we are required to give basically a number of documents to the Joint Minerals Committee in the legislature. You can see there, I did not put in all, it ends up being almost 100 pages by the time I do all of this, but I did include the cover sheet here for your reference so that you could see what all is entailed in that report. I'll go down through the exhibits really quick, and if there's any questions at the end, I'm happy to answer them. So the first part of that report is the challenge loan policy and rules, which the latest update was from 2019 in December. The next one down is the portfolio of the loans in the program as of December 31st, 2020. So you can see that during 2020, we did originate 37 new loans in regards to the Gehring-Fort Laramie irrigation canal collapse that happened in August of 19. And so those were the only loans that happened in 2020. But I was able to get all those closed just before the COVID stuff hit. The next item is Exhibit C, which is that audit report that you just saw. Again, there were no exceptions in that. And then Exhibit D is we give them kind of a master list of all the loans that the challenge loan has participated in over the last 22, 23 years of the Business Council. So you can see in there that we've participated in loans totaling about $75 million, with our portion being about 37 million of that. The interest collected over that time frame to the challenge loan program has been just over $5.1 million. And then the jobs creator retainer right around 770. And then Exhibit E, we attach a charge-off report, and we've charged off 15 loans over the last 23 years, totaling about $575,000, or about 1.6% of the total amount that we've lent out. So what's nice is that you can see the net effect when you combine the interest collected of 5.1 million and the amount that we've charged off. We've been able to grow this fund pretty modestly, over the last 20 years. I know it's not a huge amount of money. One other thing to consider is that the interest rate environment that we've been living in for the last, 12, 13 years has been very low. And so really the demand on this program is difficult right now because interest rates are so low in the private banking sector already. It's hard to give that financial incentive for programs or for projects, sorry. And so I think that is one thing to consider, is just the outside factors of this, where normally we would be able to give some kind of incentive to do a project, but with interest rates being so low right now, banks are really holding a lot of those deals in-house. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions on the annual challenge loan report.
Any questions for Josh? Seeing no questions, is there a motion to accept the annual challenge loan report? There is a motion from Ms. Johnson. Second from Jason. All in favor, please designate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, same sign. The annual challenge loan report has been accepted. Last item, Josh, I believe for you, is the Small Business Investment Credit Program.
Yes, sir. So this is the last one of the year, or of my section, I should say. And so what this is kind of I'll be honest, I didn't know if I needed to come to the board or not for this, but I am required to report to the board each year the status of the Small Business Investment Credit Program. For those that maybe don't know, this was an initiative that started back in 2010. And what it did was there were 2 venture capital firms in Jackson that made investments in businesses, either debt or equity positions, to try and kind of provide that access to capital thing through them. What the venture capital firms got in return was a dollar-for-dollar tax credit on that investment. And there were other requirements, they had to meet certain thresholds by how much they had invested, all of those things year over year. I did attach the last annual report behind this memo here on top, but and you're welcome to look down through those, and you can see every investment that was made during the time frame, what industry it was in, how much it was, how much follow-on capital happened with those investments as well. Where I kind of got not sure what to do in regards to reporting to the board was that all of the investments have been made. This program is no longer officially active. However, the companies are still utilizing those tax credits and can utilize those tax credits until 2025. So although this is not currently a tool that is an active tool, it is still alive kind of in the background a little bit as these companies realize those tax credits going forward. I speak with the Department of Insurance every February to confirm that all of the investments conformed to the program, and then the Department of Insurance actually approves those tax credits to those companies. And so you can see over the years, there was about there was $25 million, or sorry, $30 million total between the two, and 98% of those investments were in debt instruments and 2% were in equities when it comes to dollar volume. So, I know this was a program that maybe caught some heat in the past, but the Business Council really we played the regulator, if you will, making sure that those investments conform to the program. And then those venture capital firms were the ones that chose which investments to make around the state. And so I won't bore you with a program that is, like I said, it's still alive, but it's not active. And you're welcome to look down through the annual report if you would like, and I'm happy to answer any questions. So,
Any questions for Josh? With that, is there a motion to accept the SBIC report? There is a motion from Mr. Easley. Second from Mr. Kenyon. Any discussion? All in favor, please designate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. With that, the report has been carried. We're going to hand it over to Julie now for a review of the Business Ready Community Budget and Allocation Plan.
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair, Madam Co-Chair, members of the board. The Business Ready Community Fund currently has just north of $34 million, $34,076,118 in available funding. According to the allocation target, we would have about $8 million for this quarter. There are 2.4 million in requests, and staff is recommending about 2.1 million of that 2.4. So I'm happy to answer any questions. We do expect that we have one project that'll be deobligating that'll put about $6 million back into the account. That has not yet happened, so it's not reflected in this figure.
Any questions for Julie? Very good. Noelle, I understand you're going to start us off with presentations on the City of Mills.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. The City of Mills is requesting a 1.9 million BRC grant to prepare a 5-acre site for development. The city owns approximately 10 acres along the North Platte River. The site that they're looking to develop is located directly south from the Mills City Hall on Southwest Wyoming Boulevard. The City Council and area residents desire to create a business retail destination which supports job creation, entrepreneurship, and economic development in Mills, while also featuring some outdoor spaces along the river which can brand the community as a great place to convene. Mills has already completed the following preparation for this next step. They demolished an old city shop building paid for with city funds. They purchased a new public workshop in 2018. They've spread about 200 tons of rotomill along the area directly across from the City Hall building to alleviate muddy, swampy areas. They've purchased some outdoor picnic tables to promote outdoor gatherings and accommodate visitors, and they've also completed a geological technical study. All of those were paid for with city funds, except for the purchase of the new public workshop, which was paid for with a SLIB loan. The grant dollars before you today will be used to connect infrastructure such as water and sewer service and to install fiber optic cable. It also includes some riverbank stabilization and dirt fill to raise the area above floodplain level to ensure that the site is suitable for development and to be seen as a shovel-ready site. Once the site preparations are finalized, the city will offer the site for sale, partial sale, or long-term lease to commercial and business developers through a competitive RFP process. This project will also provide the City of Mills with a recognizable entrance and will lend to a downtown community atmosphere. That's a component that's currently lacking in their community. They're primarily an industrial city. Other city efforts that they're currently involved in include a land swap with a local developer in the fall of 2020, where this developer has plans for 87 residential housing units in the City of Mills. City leadership believes that this project will help them establish as an economic development foundation that they can build on. They are ready to leverage the asset of the river that flows through their community and the view of Casper Mountain towards their economic development future. The city is working with the Casper Area Metropolitan Planning Organization, or the MPO. They've released an RFP for a planning study for a non-motorized use trail to traverse the Mills Riverfront area and connecting with the Platte River Trail system. This project does have a revenue recapture component with it. Not all readiness projects do, but this one does. The city of Mills plans to repay 33% of net proceeds from the sale of each parcel of property to the BRC fund. And then the city of Mills will first recapture the amount of its local match for this grant application and then pledges to deposit the remaining net proceeds into a segregated fund for future economic development projects. The city is providing a 10% cash match for this from their 1 cent funds. And the investment team recommends funding as requested in the amount of $1,919,302. I'm happy to answer any questions, and we do have quite a few members of the community here to also answer questions and give a little bit more detail to the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Noel. Certainly recognize all the support in the room for the project. Certainly like to give representatives of the project an opportunity to present to the board.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and board members. Listening to our grant application, and thanks Noel for the introduction. I'm Sabrina Kemper. I'm the Community Development Director with the City of Mills. Yes, we are a city now. We were Town of Mills previously, so that's where that comes in. This project is, I don't want you guys to get caught up in the riverfront preparations project. It is a piece of property that is on our riverfront, and it's much more attractive to say riverfront property or lakeview property rather than overlooking a landfill property or overlooking a busy interstate property. So it's not a river restoration project at all. It has to do with the land more than the river. I would like to introduce those who are with us. We have Mayor Seth Coleman, Mayor of Mills, our city administrator, Mike Coleman, Alyssa Hartman, she is our assistant clerk, and Kevin O'Hearn, our legislative representative, and also Carter Napier, city manager with City of Casper, who's also supportive of this project as well. We want to make sure we are an industrial and manufacturing community. This is a way for us to kind of transfer a little bit and be a little more diverse, to have professional office space. And if you kind of imagine this property is on the north side of the Platte River, and the view from that would be the river, trees, and mountain in the distance. And Casper does have a piece of property that could have development as well. It's just on the south side of the river, so we're different in both of those pieces of property and what we have to offer in that. And I'll entertain any questions that you guys have.
Is there any questions from the board yet? Or certainly, go ahead, Kathy.
So thank you for that. Is there any housing in Mills? I've never been there.
Yes, so Mr. Chairman, and yes, there is housing in Mills. We have, so Mills started as a gravel pit for the Salt Creek oil fields, which is up near Midwest, which is about 40 miles north of Casper. And so during that Salt Creek oil field, they were traversing back and forth to the North Platte River because they needed water for the oil fields. And so the Mills family started the Mills Gravel Company to be able to accommodate the road structure and the gravel for that. And I know all this history now because this is our 100th anniversary this year. So I'm just gonna throw out right now, because it's on the last of my notes, that you're all invited to our 100th anniversary celebration on June 12th on our Mills Riverfront property. But yes, there's housing. It started out in what we call Lower Mills because it's down closer to the river. So there's housing there, but we also have a lot more development going on. And so there was a Mountain View that was an area that was annexed into Mills, and then towards the west, there's more development going on as well. And as Noel pointed out, we do have an 87 unit single family homes that are going in. They started groundbreaking on that about a month ago.
Okay, just a few. So do you have any committed businesses that want to get on the riverfront property?
So Mr. Chairman and Ms. Tomasi, we do not have anyone committed. We have had some businesses come to council and give their ideas of what they would like to see. But this was our first process because in the different ones that we've talked to, it's very expensive to get infrastructure over across the street. And as Noel pointed out, we did have a public works building over there, but it was quite a while ago that it was built. And so the infrastructure there is old and needs to be replaced. What is there and what isn't there is conduit for fibers because it was older than that. So those are the types of things that we need funding for, to be able to go to the developers and say, okay, we've got this prepped. Now you don't have to spend the money on that, because that's why we can't get anyone committed.
Okay, last one. So if this grant is approved, what is your next step after this, and what are you going to do then?
Okay, so Mr. Chairman, Mr. Massey, the next step after this, so we have a consultant that doesn't have anything to do with this funding for this application, but we've identified someone who has developed similar projects across the United States. So it's not just this area kind of person that develops, and they develop business parks, professional office space that might have additional amenities to go along with that. So that's kind of what we consider our next step, because we don't want to pick the wrong person because someone came and presented something to our council. We're like, oh, that's great. We want to make sure this is the right development. We have one shot to do this, and we want to make sure that it's done right. So we want to make sure that there's enough research done that we're picking the right person.
Thank you. Is this by the Eagle?
Yes, sir.
What's that? Okay. I was just trying to get my reference. You need to put a guard on your Eagle, because my business partner cannot drive by that thing without being in total awe every time we go by. So keep an eye on it, because it's going to end up in his yard if you don't guard it. Yeah, great. Awesome.
Mr. Committee Chair.
Yes, sir.
So I think, as we discuss this project in committee, I think maybe if you could elaborate a little bit on the priority of this project for the town of Mills. And I do think for maybe some that are not as familiar with Casper and Mills area, Mills definitely has been, a very industrial area. And I think as you guys are looking and your priorities for your economic development incentives, as we understood it from a committee, right, is you're trying to expand and diversify beyond your very strong base in that community. And this is the leverage opportunity that you have to be able to do that in the focus. But if maybe you could just elaborate on those elements. And then after that, I have another question, but
Thank you.
a couple at a time.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Moore, yes, so we are lacking in Mills in professional office space, because as you just stated, and I've stated earlier, we are very heavy industrial and manufacturing in the area. And it's something that in the city of Mills and all the wonderful presentations that we've heard this morning about tourism and job expansion, it's hard for us to contribute to Natrona County and to our area because we don't offer the professional office space that we potentially could on this riverfront area. So that's one of the things we thought could be a big priority. And through at least 4 different feasibility studies that mention the river, dating back to 2014, it's been mentioned that office space would be a great thing for this. Trails could be a good thing as well, but that's later on down the road. That's not the priority. Is getting those businesses in there that can create jobs and can create the high-paying professional jobs.
Read a little bit on this being a priority in your community for your economic development efforts.
Yes, and Mr. Chairman, and for our economic development efforts, that's one of the things that we have a lot of other jobs that are the manufacturing. And if we were able to get, let's say, a CPA firm or an architecture firm into such a space as this, that would be something that we could grow upon and expand upon. Our housing could expand on that. Like I said, we've got new housing going in, which, people really enjoy. It's a great place where cleaning up different areas of the town as well and around the city, that's going to make it a much better place to be.
Yeah. And from what we understood from the committee perspective is that this is the Town of Mills priority project for your economic development efforts. You guys have put a lot into this focus and making sure that this happens. And this is probably what we understood as a committee was like your number one priority in terms of economic development impact in your community at this time. Fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. Perfect.
So, Mr. Chairman, Ms. Moore, this is also a gateway to our community. It's one of the first places you see when you enter Mills, along with the Eagle. So, and anyone wondering, we're probably not putting like the laser eyes into an Eagle because people think that it's a speed trap, but maybe we'll consider that. But this is our gateway to Mills, and we don't have a downtown area. That wasn't something that was considered when the founders decided that they wanted to be a town. They didn't take that into priority. They just wanted to be their own entity. And so that's where we're trying to make sure that this is our priority project because we've heard so much about it from the community. And it's not just Mills residents, it's the whole area. So feasibility studies that we've had are from Casper, Natrona County, and people passing by and through the community. So.
Yeah, I think that's a huge effort that the city of Casper is here representing this project as well with you guys. So major efforts. So the second question, and I'll give Josh some credit here too, but in terms of the 33% payback, and I know we don't have an exact figure on that, but this is prime real estate for the Casper area, the Mills area, just that entire area, right? And so do you guys have an idea of what you think that payback is going to be, or have any numbers been run on that? I don't know. I just wanted to ask, but definitely probably significant.
So, Mr. Chairman, Ms. Moore, we don't have any numbers on that, and that's because we don't have lots split out. So it actually was 2 lots, and we owned one of the lots, and then we bought the second one because of being where it was. And council wanted to make sure that they could kind of control what was going there. There was one time somebody suggested a car lot could go there. It's not really a great place for a car lot on a riverfront piece of property that we could really attract, the tourists and the jobs that were discussed earlier today. So we don't have those numbers, and that's something that the consultant could help us with. And what's this worth? What could we give back? What could we do? And how can we make the most out of all of that?
Thank you.
Very good, Josh.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I guess to get a little bit further, one of the things that we obviously want to do is to create a self-sustaining economic development system within the town or city, as it were, Mills, and everyone that we invest in. So while on the, it's great to get that revenue recapture and to understand that, do you have, as a city, what types of plans you're thinking about when you take the 66% or so back and reinvest that in economic development? What's your planning process? What's your future vision for the city of Mills?
So, Mr. Chairman and Mr. CEO, Mr. Durrell, sorry. So we actually have where our city hall building is, next to that is our library. And then on the other side of that, we have our old public works building. So we have the old public works building that was on the riverfront, and then the old public works building that was, like I said, next to the library and also next to residential areas, where our public works consists of our garbage trucks, which have a pleasant smell with 90-degree heat blowing through the residential area, which wasn't popular with that demographic. And so that's the SLIB loan that Noel spoke about, that we did move that out of the residential area, but we have owned that building, still own that building. We are currently using it as some animal control, but we recently were able to lease a portion of that building out to a company that is a construction company. They specialize in stucco, and they are in their 3rd year of business. And we have gotten the idea to use that as an accelerator building, not an incubator that Casper has. We want to be complementary. Carter and I have had multiple conversations about how we can complement each other and not compete with each other. Casper has an incubator with office space, but this could be a building that has trade. It's actually now called the Trade Accelerator Building. And so that's part of the funds that we would use that for if we needed to renovate office space. So the people that are in there right now, they have an office in there. They're going to build out some of it for clients to come in, and they can showcase what they could do for their homes. So we would like other companies in there. We've been told, could be a landscaping company in there who needs the space to store stuff. So that the stucco company that's in there, they have scaffolding that doesn't fit in an office. So that type of projects are what we are looking for.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions at this stage from the board? If not, I'd like to open it up to anybody else from the floor who would like to make public comment on the project.
Thank you, Chairman and Board. I am Mayor Coleman, the mayor of the city of Mills. One thing I'd like to mention, Mills, even though it is an industrial area, it has seen a lot of residential growth over the last decade. In 2010, the population was certified at 3,463. Of course, the 2020 census has not been released yet, but we watch our numbers based on residential water taps. And then we compare that to our comp plan numbers of occupants per residential structure. We believe we have about 4,500 to 4,700 people in Mills now that, we've seen several hundred houses a year built. And even in the downturns, we've seen that building continue to grow. So even though we are very industrial, and that's where our roots come from, we do have a growing middle class, working class residential. We've also done a lot of other things around this project. This is our main focus. We have in Lower Mills a dozen or so abandoned houses that are fairly close to this. We've been working through a process that other communities in Wyoming have used to abate those abandoned or dilapidated houses. We're starting to tear a few of them down actually this week. We have some beautification stuff, small projects that we're doing through that corridor, retaining walls and landscaping and different things like that. And of course, we have the Eagle. So we have all of these things that we're doing besides this, that we're trying to work to use this as a catalyst to diversify not only our economy, but the economy of Natrona County.
Any questions for the mayor? I would like to, if I could put the representative from Casper on the spot to see, I think it's great that there's collaboration between the two communities and they support each other through this. If they're willing, I would love to hear their thoughts to that end.
Good morning. I appreciate being in front of you today. Thank you for having us. My name is Carter Napier. I'm the city manager with the city of Casper. And indeed, we do view ourselves as partners with the city of Mills in regards to this project. I would certainly tell you that we view this project as being critically important to happen in our valley. The reason being is we would like to see this vision promulgated throughout the valley. I think that idea is good for the county, it's good for our valley, and it's good for the state of Wyoming. There aren't many opportunities like this in the state of Wyoming, and we'd like to see this happen over and over again in our county. Mills taking this step, in my opinion, is incredibly important, and we think it's important enough that I'd like to ask you on behalf of the community I represent to give this project some very serious consideration.
Thank you. I appreciate those comments. I understand that we have Representative Sweeney on the line who would like to speak.
Can you hear me?
We've got you. The
Thank
floor is
you.
yours.
Thank you for the moment in time. I'm Pat Sweeney, House District 58, and I've got a small sliver of Mills, but as an observer, Mayor Coleman has just done an incredible job with his team in trying to move now the city of Mills forward. This is one more step, and it's just so critically important as a priority for the city of Mills. And as City Manager Napier mentioned, I just think it'll be a wonderful asset when we can get this completed. It will also help, I believe, on diversification and better usage of our riverfront, and will be a great thing for, as Carter put it, the entire valley. So with that, I just ask your favorable review of this and your favorable consideration. And I also think it's unique with the repayment consideration. I think we'd all agree we would love to see that more in the applications. So with that, appreciate the council's and the board's good work on all these projects for our state. Thank you very much for the time.
Thanks for your comments, Representative Sweeney. Any more public comment on the project? Thank you both for your presentations and for Mr. Sweeney's comments, and certainly the representative from Casper, thank you for your kind words. Noel, do you want to kick into the second project here?
Chairman Coyne, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. You didn't. I do have one more question for them. First of all, the North Platte River, just going to wear my green hat for a minute, a little down south the road. Talk about Lodo and Denver and what they did with their North Platte is amazing. My one comment. But I love to see the collaboration, what you guys are doing between Mills and Casper. All the stuff that you guys have done, the demo, the SLIB loan and everything, do you have a dollar? I mean, to me, that's in kind, that's commitment on this project. Do you have just to throw out what you guys have, what you guys prepared for this next step?
You bet. So the largest piece of property that's involved here that is closest to the bridge, the town purchased that in 2014 for about $400,000. Of course, it owned the other section going up the river. The demo of the Public Works building and that whole area had Russian olives so thick you really couldn't see the river from Wyoming Boulevard or Town Hall. So we had a combined project that removed the Russian olives and that old Public Works building. That was about $45,000. The retaining wall that we're going to put up around the corner from here will be $40,000 or $50,000 most likely. You know, the Eagle project, that was a public-private partnership. We raised about $70,000 of private money when we purchased that, but all into the Eagle. By the time we get the lighting done, we'll have a couple $100,000 into that with the park that's around it and that. And then, you know, I guess you could also count in there the old abandoned trader houses and houses from the 1930s that we will be removing, and you've got another $40,000 or $50,000 there. So we've worked at it little bits at a time as we could afford it, but this bigger part is where we need the help.
Thank you. And that's, again, that collaboration and the skin in the game. And I just wanted to see what those numbers look like. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, Julie Noel, you want to help us with the next project?
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. The next project comes from Laramie County. Laramie County is requesting a $500,000 BRC grant to establish a maker-to-market fabrication lab and collaboration space on the Laramie County Community College campus, or LCCC. This project will provide access to affordable fabrication space and resources for community inventors, innovators, crafters, makers, hobbyists, fabricators, and small manufacturers. Currently, LCCC is undergoing a larger effort with advanced manufacturing and entrepreneurship to address workforce issues. And this BRC grant application is just a part of their overall initiatives towards that effort. Fabrication labs are small to medium scale workshops that offer services and use of equipment that is difficult for entrepreneurs to purchase themselves. Some of the equipment that LCCC currently has available include upholstery sewing machines, light table, plotter printer, drafting table, touchscreen monitors, laser etcher, etc. The M2M Fab Lab and Concept Forge will be available to students as well as community members for a membership fee. The main goal for LCCC is to address workforce needs, so there is a workforce development impact as part of this project. Fabrication labs allow entrepreneurs to test their concepts as well as allowing individuals to develop those soft skills that are needed in the manufacturing industry. Some of these soft skills are critical thinking, problem solving, creativity, innovation, communication, and collaboration. A Cheyenne Leads prospect report also shows that approximately 60% of all the recent prospects have been related to manufacturing, and lack of workforce skills have accounted for about 50% of those unsuccessful business relocation outcomes. LCCC has partnered with many public and private entities on this and other projects. They are currently pursuing EDA funding for a proposed advanced manufacturing and materials center, which will be targeted towards workforce development for larger businesses, but it could also support some of these M2M initiatives as well. They are providing a $50,000 cash and in-kind match. The uses for the BRC funds, approximately half would be for building modifications, and the other half would be for equipment, a couple of 3D printers that they are looking at. The investments team is recommending funding in the amount of $232,000 for the building modifications. The team does not recommend funding requested for the equipment component of this project. Furthermore, the team recommends funding contingent on the possible receipt of other funding that might be forthcoming. Should that funding, such as coming from the federal stimulus funds, materialize, BRC funds will be de-obligated. We do have members of LCCC and Laramie County here as well to give you more information and answer questions.
Certainly. Any immediate questions for staff at this stage? I think we'd like to hear from Dr. Schaefer if he would be willing.
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the board. My name is Joe Schaefer. I'm the president of Laramie County Community College. I do have a slide deck. I don't know if we can get that pulled up. Perfect. And we could see that. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. Thank you for being here in Cheyenne in person. So that made it awfully convenient knowing that it's almost Murphy's Law that we'll have a Mother's Day snowstorm to impact travel. So it's great to see our friends from Casper making down here and all of you here in person. So I want to take just a few minutes and talk about the bigger picture around this project, and then I'll get to this project. And we just gave you a one-pager on fabrication labs and makerspace and the economic impact of those. But hopefully you'll bear with me as I take you in a little bit broader conversation about some of the things we're working on and how all of this connects. So first of all, this is a document that I know that you are very familiar with, and I just want to start to demonstrate how in Laramie County, Cheyenne, or really Southeast Wyoming, we've tried to create alignment with state, regional, local, and even the college strategic initiatives. And so the two things, of course, worth noting on the Business Council strategic plan is your focus on specific industries. And for this conversation, we're really looking at those new economic sectors that you're looking at, specifically manufacturing. But I also want to call out the piece on your strategy that really talks about supporting entrepreneurs, helping create a culture, helping network, and more importantly, helping provide resources to help entrepreneurs grow. In 2018, the Greater Cheyenne area created a collaborative effort that became coined the Forward Greater Cheyenne effort. Forward Greater Cheyenne was a multi-year planning process that brought Laramie County and Cheyenne leaders together to develop essentially a strategy for our community that goes forward. Not surprisingly, many of the things that you will see in this strategy align with the state's economic development goals, such as pursuing higher value manufacturing companies and jobs, information technology, data center, and then the two at the bottom I would call out are business recruitment or business retention and expansion, or BRE, and then creating this investment in an entrepreneurial ecosystem. And of course, you know our great friends at Cheyenne Leads, arguably one of the premier economic development organizations within our region. They've also taken that guidance from the state, from Forward Greater Cheyenne, and established their own strategic plan. And I won't go through everything there, but I want to call out that you'll see these things hit on again, such as supporting businesses through what I think is an amazing business retention and expansion program that they've stood up, focusing on information technology sector, focusing on manufacturing. Which brings us then to Laramie County Community College. So our role is to respond to the needs of the community, of the region, and of the state. It's one of the hallmarks of community colleges. It's what we do and what we try to stimulate in terms of supporting economic and workforce development. Over the next few years, we're going to be focusing on two major areas. One is going to be expansion of programming, and the other one is going to be capacity building. For expansion, I won't go into this here. It's really focusing on building on our strong healthcare programs that we have now and expanding those opportunities. And probably the one that has the greatest alignment to the work that you're doing and we're trying to do across the community is the expansion of our information technology offerings, which has substantial opportunity. For this request, though, I want to talk about capacity building. The other thing that we're trying to do is actually build capacity to start providing stronger pathways for entrepreneurs and for the workforce. And so we have two very clear emphases. The first is advanced manufacturing. I cannot tell you how many conversations we've had, either in partnership with Leads or others, with manufacturers who are interested in being in Southeast Wyoming for very specific reasons. You know them, tax environment, logistical environment, all of the things that make this locale great. Until they get to workforce and they say, how many machinists do you produce? How many tool and die makers do you produce? Can you show us your machining labs or your manufacturing labs? And as soon as we say that, the door is shut. And of course, they go elsewhere. And so manufacturing is an area that we believe we have very strategic advantage. It aligns all the way up to the state's goals. We just need to fill the workforce development gap that we simply have not filled historically. And then entrepreneurship is the other piece, and I'll talk about that in a moment, but these two areas really intersect with the proposal that's before you today. One of the fundamental shifts that we're talking about at LCCC, and I would say in our community, and I hope we get to at the state, is we have to move away from just thinking about creating job seekers. Somebody brings us a job and we'll give them a job seeker. Somebody do that to actually creating or developing job creators. We have to do both, and we have to focus on both. And there's important reasons why. I've been fairly, I like to say, and sometimes this buys me some ill will, but I like to say that we're not going to recruit our way to economic diversification. I'm a big fan of business recruitment and attraction. I think there's a role for it, and it's something we need to do. I fear at times that becomes our primary focus. And for our state, and especially our rural communities, recruitment is not going to be the solution to economic diversification. It's going to be through developing the creativity, the people, the businesses that we currently have here. And the data would support that. So from the SBDC, SBA, small businesses have accounted for 65% of all net new job creation since 2000. 65%. The vast majority of jobs are created by startups or businesses already within our state. In fact, only 1 to 4% of total job creation comes from states relocating into a community. And during periods of healthy economic growth, and something I think that we are poised to as a nation start to embrace post-pandemic, it's actually startups and young companies are the ones that actually present the greatest opportunity for economic growth. Now, if there was a role where we could hit the trifecta, where we could be effective in supporting small businesses to expand, where we could be effective in helping entrepreneurs start their business, and where we can be effective in business recruitment and attraction, it's manufacturing. That is really the place where I think we can do all three of those things with the right investment and the right infrastructure. So one of the things that I like to think about is that Wyoming really has the opportunity now, for a variety of reasons I would be happy to go into in greater depth at another time. We have the opportunity to become the next heartland of America's makers. So if you think about the journey and the history of the Midwest, the Southeast, and manufacturing there are a lot of things that are now in play. Wyoming is positioned in a way to be the next great heartland of making. Now, when I talk about making, or when we talk about makers communities, though, this is beyond just manufacturing, what we think about when we think of the automobile industry and some of the Midwest, holdouts. It's more than that. Today, it's about making products and services. Making technology, making all kinds of things. I could even go down the rabbit hole of blockchain and digital currency and making and how that does there. We have the opportunity to really be a place where making becomes an important aspect of our economic future. And it's a simple concept. It's basically creating an environment where we get people together that want to innovate and create activity that produces something that somebody else wants to buy. And in many ways, we hope that those people would live in California and they would buy it from us here and bring their money here, but stay in California, unless they're doing a wonderful tourism visit to Jackson Hole or to wherever. So part of this maker focus has really been spurred by what are called maker spaces. And you've heard these things. And there's a variety of things that have created the opportunity for maker spaces to emerge. So the availability of open source technology, digitalization, software tools, honestly, the advances in equipment and things that we can now put in front of people that they never would have had access to as an entrepreneur. And so we're seeing this growth in maker spaces, fab labs, hacker spaces, innovation labs, what have you. And it's creating a movement across the US that's really spurring both manufacturing activity, but also entrepreneurial activity. And so for our perspective and our intents and purposes, really, we're looking at maker spaces that help people develop ideas, create prototypes, bring products to market, incubating startups, building workforce skills, and one of the areas I hope we can grow, which is research and commercialization substantially. And so maker communities, maker spaces, incredibly important for Wyoming's economic future, and certainly here in Southeast Wyoming. So the maker movement is something hopefully you've had a chance to read about. There's some research coming out of Georgia Tech that I think is worth following. But in general, they tell us that there's really 4 ways that maker spaces contribute to economic development. First, they help us start to cultivate and create that culture of change by supporting entrepreneurship. And again, this is a mindset from I'm going to find a job to one of I'm going to create a job. And to do that, they support small business growth. So if you think about small businesses, especially in the manufacturing space with new concepts and new ideas, very rarely do small businesses have access to the tools they need to actually prototype a new concept, a new idea. And in fact, they often have to send that off to shops to do that at considerable expense. These types of spaces create that opportunity. They provide workforce training, and of course, they increase workforce retention by actually engaging people in future opportunities to develop their own skills. There are quite a few maker spaces within our community, within our region. Many of those exist in Colorado. The one I'd call your attention out to is Tinker Mill in Longmont. It's probably the best developed and has the most success. And since 2013, they've spun off over 30 companies out of that specific maker space. But there's many other ones, and there's a litany of other spaces that are emerging across the United States. Oop, there we go. So you heard Noel talk a little bit about our broader initiative. So the broader initiative that this space really falls under is what we're calling our Advanced Manufacturing and Materials Center. And it is a large center that's really trying to be stood up to help us respond to, in many ways, the immediate demands for workers and really the future demands for the companies that are courting Southeast Wyoming as a place to locate. The AMMC is going to focus on really 3 areas. The first 2 we won't talk about today are machining and really additive manufacturing. So the industrial side of preparing people to work in those 2 spaces. But it's also going to include fabrication and design. And that's really what we're talking about today with the Fab Lab and the Concept Forge. So our proposal really adds one more thread in the spectrum of innovation space in the community and on the college campus. We currently have 2 areas where we're trying to stimulate this. The first is what's called the Golden Eagle Workshop. It's an innovation lab in our library funded by a grant with the University of Wyoming, really focusing on K-12 individuals with disabilities and hobbyists. And so it's got 3D printers and the environment for people who can start testing their creativity with there. We have an entrepreneurship lab that's part of our entrepreneurship program. That one includes things like textile devices, silk screen printers, etchers, some of the things that you heard in the proposal. That's really intended to pair production and marketing opportunities with entrepreneurship students. The piece that we're missing, and really the piece that the region is missing, is a true fabrication lab. So a larger level laboratory where we can actually create prototypes and products that entrepreneurs can actually take and develop and test and launch, seek funding and go on for there. And that's really what this proposal is specifically about. The Concept Forge then is a complement to the fabrication lab. Think of it as the place where we do the digitization. We prepare the pitch. We create the back-end software that will drive the prototype development. It's the technology area where we can provide support to entrepreneurs and students to actually develop their concept, take it to the fabrication lab and be able to prototype it. Just quick look, this is the proposed location on our campus at the East End next to our Flex Tech and our Career and Tech Ed building. This is the overall picture of what the space will look like when it's done. Specifically, these 2 spaces make up the fabrication lab and the Concept Forge. The green space is the advanced manufacturing. The orangish tannish space in the middle is the additive manufacturing component of the project. So quick picture of the necessary investments. Over 3 years for startup and operations, it's a $6.5 million price tag to get this off of the ground. And that's significant, especially given the fact that since FY16, LCCC has actually had a reduction of 25% in its state funding. And so it's one of the fundamental challenges that we will encounter across the state as we ask community colleges and the university to do more in the realm of workforce development, because we've been talking for the last few years about how we keep doing less and less and less. And now we have to find an investment to do that. So to give you an idea, just on the manufacturing side, 1.5 million in facilities, major equipment over 50,000 is 1.4, minor equipment 1 million, personnel and operations for 3 years 1.2 million. This project, the Fab Lab and Concept Forge, facilities about 250,000. Major equipment, which is 2 pieces, and I'll talk about that in a second, is 270,000. Minor equipment, 100,000, and then personnel and operations about 200,000. And then the entrepreneurship side, which is really our work with the university, trying to bring what's happening across the state through Impact 307 onto the campus to support entrepreneurs, sport developers. That's about a $500,000 price tag over the startup and 3-year period. So we're turning over rocks. And I know this will be a question I'll talk about. I'm sure will come up about, is this a place where the Business Council should be looking at investing? For better or worse, we've lost money. You have money, it seems to be a fit. And I think it's one of those places where we need to turn over every rock we can to get this done. Our community demands it, and it's something that we want to do. We already have 1.4 million in private funds and foundation funds sitting with the LCCC Foundation. We've committed at this juncture to $100,000 of internal reallocation, which means we're going to stop doing something else and reallocate those funds. The County Commission has graciously put a $3 million proposal on the 6-penny ballot for this fall. We'll see where that goes and how that goes, but it's certainly one of the great opportunities of partnering with the county. Of course, we're here before you for $500,000, and I've got those wonderful question marks next to the ARPA funds. I'll talk about that in a second. So let me wrap up by just addressing some questions I think that are on your minds. First, this request includes 2 pieces of equipment. My understanding is that only once in the history of the BRC program has the council actually funded equipment. I don't have the details. I understand it maybe wasn't the most positive piece of it. The 2 pieces of equipment we're looking at are substantial pieces. One is a $200,000 metal 3D printer. To our knowledge and our research, there is not one anywhere in our region. it creates an opportunity to prototype on some of the most advanced additive manufacturing tools that exist, and would be a huge boon, not only to Southeast Wyoming, but ultimately to the state of Wyoming as we look at providing resources for small manufacturers and for startups. $200,000, it is almost the price of the facilities renovation. The second one is a smaller one, about $60,000, $70,000, which is another 3D printer that looks at doing manufacturing or larger industrial scale manufacturing. It is the reason why I would still implore you to consider this request, and I'll do my best to sway you to think why that might be appropriate in a second. Then the second question that I brought up seems to be, is this an area where the Business Council should even be opening that door? Should we be talking about community college funding, specifically since the community colleges also receive state funding and local funding in those other areas? So let me start with the pragmatic. So first of all, in statute and on your promotional materials, the Business Ready Community Grant already calls out infrastructure for educational development and public infrastructure for educational facilities. There are very, very few places I can identify a publicly owned infrastructure for educational facilities that would be better suited for this type of program than community colleges. And so this is what draws the appeal from us to the program, is that it calls out specifically for these things. So let me now try the more esoteric approach here with why this is going to be increasingly important, I think, for the Business Council. These are small numbers, but this is 3 years of the survey by area development, where they go out and they talk to corporate executives about their plans for business expansion and relocation. And they prioritize what are the most critical factors that they look at. And you can imagine there's a bunch of things on there that you can see. Corporate taxes. It's number 4 3 years ago, dropped to number 6. Now it's at number 7. Tax, I can't even see that, but tax exemptions went from number 5 to number 8, and then it came back up to slightly came up to number 8, tax exemptions. Local incentives dropped to 14 last year on their ranking and then rise up. But here's what I want to point out. 3 years, availability of skilled labor has remained at the very top of the things that they are looking for. Now, part of that's population. We can talk about that later. But the other part of it is what we do at the community colleges, and your primary workforce development engine, your primary place where you'll get a pool of skilled labor is your community colleges. We can't separate workforce development from economic development anymore if we want to be successful in that state. And so I would actually suggest that the community college projects that may come your way, because we opened Pandora's box today, may be the very best projects for you to invest in to help the state advance its economic development goal. And then the last question is this panacea of ARPA funding. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of funding moving through the state. How that shapes up, I don't know. Fortunately, we got a pretty darn good guy leading a lot of that for the state, and your CEO. My hope and guess is that there's a significant portion that will come to the Business Council to maybe prop up business ready community types of projects. And I would implore you, if you approve this project today, and of course, if the SLIB were to do the same, create a capacity, should those dollars come to the Business Council, that you can do a revenue swap so you can preserve the state allocation and utilize those federal funds. Make that part of the approval of the proposal to make it work. I think there's opportunity. We just don't know what that looks like yet. So, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, thank you for the time. I'm happy to stand for any questions.
Appreciate that great presentation, Dr. Schaefer. Questions from our group? Looks like we got a line up here. I'm going to start with Jason if I can. I saw him first, and then we'll roll back to you, Kathy.
Sure. Thanks, John. And thanks, one of the words that came up probably the most of all the words is workforce development. And we have an organization in the state that is called Workforce Development, and it does a lot with community colleges. So I wonder if you could speak to me what that relationship is now, and what kinds of things do they fund, and are there opportunities with that organization? And then maybe just a little tag on to that question is, we're big on moving to the direction of high growth startups and funding business and those things. And the idea of building it and they will come is very different for us. And so are there opportunities for the industry, if it is in such demand, to contribute to this project? Can the building be built by industry or paid for? So just a couple questions.
Yeah, great questions. Thank you for those, Mr. Chairman. So first of all, the community college have strong partnership with Department of Workforce Services, and we work in many ways. I would simplify it by saying that Workforce Services really supports workers and individuals through the locations of the workforce centers. So think of that as direct client services. That's one of the big things that they provide. The other thing that they do, though, is provide targeted granting opportunities to partners like community colleges. And so our probably strongest relationship has been to secure grant funds from workforce services that are almost entirely to support individuals participating in training programs. A lot of those dollars are federal pass-through dollars, but that's really probably the biggest space right now where we have that alignment, funding that they have available because of federal appropriations that we can leverage then to put individuals through programs. And we've done that through initiatives with Climb Wyoming, Dad's Making a Difference, different types of groups like that. And we had a large H-1B grant that we worked with them as well to do that. So I would say right now that's sort of the relationship that exists. There's a broader conversation that's going to happen with the consideration of the Workforce Innovation Opportunity Grant, or WIOA. And we hope that there will be some changes federally that will actually open up and make it easier for workforce services to essentially authorize all community college programs to be preferred programs for workforce training dollars. They are not now, and that creates a barrier. And so I think there's some opportunity. There's a good collaboration, but I would say that they really are individual client services and then the granting agency versus we are the training and education component of it. So that's the first question. The second question, which I think is spot on, is I think employers are interested in supporting this. And as I said, we've already raised $1.4 million that we have within the foundation that have been contributed. There is conversation about equipment and other types of things. Here's the challenge, and you guys know this fairly well. Most of our manufacturers at this point are small. They just simply do not have the physical capacity or fiscal capacity to provide direct contributions. The best they can do is sharing equipment. And I think one of our greatest opportunities is actually accessing their production facilities for apprenticeship programs and things like that. Because they're producing, though, they can't start an employee from ground up. In fact, what we've heard from them is we need some basic skills before we can get them on site, or we actually lose production opportunity. That's why the manufacturing center and the ability to use these tools will be so important. So I think as that industry grows, they seem willing. It's sort of, where we're at as a state with small business really being the heart of what we do. They just don't have that capacity to, significantly contribute to the financial endeavors that we're asking. Great question, though.
Kathy?
Hi, I'm just a little confused because of the fact that I've been interested in the makerspace programs around the state. And I read in the Wyoming News in November that there was a state-of-the-art makerspace being opened at LCCC in the spring of 2021. So is that the library? Is that the library and the business? Is that what that is? It doesn't include this fabrication.
Nope.
Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Massey, not at all. That was the partnership with the university for what's now called the Golden Eagle Workshop. And it's an effort of theirs to try to replicate at a smaller scale what they've done within the co-library and to a point with the engineering building. It is really targeted based on that grant at introducing younger individuals, K-12 students, and folks to the concept of making. So we have entry-level 3D printers, Tinkercad on computer, where you can come in and sort of understand the tools that are now available. That is open as far as we're open. Certainly this summer and fall will be wide open both to students, K-12 partners, and community members. But that is entry level, learn how to work on a basic 3D printer to get the concepts. We're talking about industrial level prototype development within the fabrication lab. So more industrial, louder, different types of materials, and far more sophisticated design.
Okay, and just one more question. You said one of your major ways of funding this was hopefully $3 million through the 6-penny tax. And when does that vote come up? And what is your alternative if that doesn't pass?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Moss, I don't know that I have the alternative other than we keep turning over rocks. And that's really been one of the challenges here. The vote will be before the voters at the November election this fall. So revenues really don't start coming in till later on. Between that and honestly, the EDA funding, we've had long conversations working with EDA. We're sort of waiting for the notice of grant funds that they received as a result of the American Rescue Plan, hoping that that will have a lower match. And so we're putting a lot of eggs in those bigger baskets, hoping we can get them there. And if they don't, then we keep looking, raising funds, looking for grants, and keep coming. In fact, I'm kind of kicking myself. Maybe we should have asked for a little bit more from the Business Council, but that's just the work we're going to be in for a while, because we don't anticipate that there will be any new state funds from the legislature, from the general fund coming forward. So we're gonna keep turning over rocks to do this.
Mr. Easley, I understand you have a question.
Yeah, thank you. And Kathy sort of got to this, but you mentioned that you had a three-year budget of 6.5 million for this overall vision that you have. And so maybe following on to Kathy's question, how much of that budget is secure and in place? As you know, because it seems like, you know, the Business Council making an investment to help you develop a $6.5 million program might be premature if you don't have another $6 million, which you sort of just alluded to, but could you expand that to the full 6?
Yeah, happy to, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Easley. So we have about 1.5 million secured right now. So basically cash on hand for the project, which leaves that other 5 million. Because it's a multi-year project and because it's a multi-stage project, we've done our best to try to parse out eligible costs, ineligible costs, operations, equipment, startup, to try to do that. And honestly, what we will do is phase in as money becomes available. And so we believe that even with your approval, we can start working on the facilities renovations components to the Fab Lab and to the Concept Forge, and hopefully to the installation of the major equipment, so that part can get moving sooner than later. Depending on the timing of EDA, that would be the next big portion of it. And then a lot of it, to be quite honest, is going to be equipment acquisition as funding becomes available, so we can slowly move in that direction. And so we've done our best to try to phase it to meet revenue streams. What I would say is, if every funder comes back to us and says, well, wait till you have it all, we may be 3 years before we have an answer to the workforce development issues and entrepreneurial issues for the community. And that may very well be the situation we're in. We're hoping not, but we've tried to do our best to phase it so we can get things done as funding becomes available.
Josh, did you have questions?
Chair, there we go. Committee Chair and Dr. Thanks for coming in. I do want to clarify one point. You did have a budget cut. So did we. We did not secure a giant amount of money in BRC. In fact, it's gone down over the years. That sort of makes it hard for us to make decisions, right? We have to look at them very, very carefully. I will say you've provided a lot of information today that I think helps at least understand the situation you're in. I do have a couple quick questions though for you, if you don't mind. Can you go back to that time frame and how you would spend the money and when you would spend the money? Because you do have a lot of things stacked up. That's one thing, and talk a little bit more specific about your next steps. But then also, are any of the other funding sources contingent upon the Business Council's funding?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Durrell, to answer the last one first. No, they are not at this juncture. And we've purposely tried to do this, and your staff who have been wonderful working with us and patient, and the county's been great, trying to figure out how you parse these things off, because we went down that road. Let's look at EDA, business, everything combined. And then when everybody was saying, okay, you go first and make it contingent, so what we've had to do is sort of parse all those things out. And so really none of it is contingent upon other major funding other than the match that we have to bring to the table for each of the funding sources. So as far as timeline, and we can provide you a comprehensive Gantt chart if you want to see how this hits, really the first things we have to do is start working on facilities. And that includes vacating the current space and relocating some of that equipment and programming that's associated with our automotive programs into another space. then it's going to be working through and rehabbing and renovating the space that we've identified. And we can do that in pieces. Some of it we'll have to do across everything like fire suppression and things like that. But that's really what we want to start doing this summer, and then even into the fall, depending on how the money falls, then we could actually finish certain aspects of that building, install equipment, and actually try to get programming up and off the ground sooner. But it sort of depends. If EDA comes through, then we have the opportunity to start working almost, really this summer on the facilities renovation. And then if the 6 penny comes through, we use that predominantly for finishing the facilities and adding the equipment piece of it. And so, it's going to be a 1.5-year project to do all this, maybe even a little bit longer, but we want to start eating that elephant and getting some things off the ground. So facilities, equipment acquisition, then it's personnel training, programming, and getting those things going. And and to your first point, by no means do I want to diminish the fact that just about every agency or every benefactor of state funds in the state have received cuts to do that. I would say though, that from your primary workforce development engine, our cuts required that we lost a lot of staff, that we closed programs. We didn't reduce them, we closed them. And creating an environment where you just do that culturally, people lose jobs, programs go away, and now saying, oh, by the way, find money to now do this. Just having that conversation is a challenge to do that. And so I don't want to diminish the reduced appropriations for some very important tools that we have for economic development, but what the community colleges have faced have essentially dismantled these institutions. And I fear not so much for Southeast Wyoming, but if we want to see this type of innovation come out of Park County, come out of Riverton and Fremont County, come out of Goshen County, that they're just in a very different place, and it's going to require that they turn over every rock as well. And so please, no offense, it was not intended to be offensive, but I would say we're in a very unique position at a time when the state is asking the most from us.
Dr. Schaefer, if I could ask a question, one of the things that I've been trying to understand as I view this project is outside of creating a workforce opportunity for the state, what's the other measurables from your side of the equation as we look at trying to distribute these tax dollars to diversify through that? I certainly heard that out of your presentation, but is there anything else from your perspective that we should think about or walk away with from a measurement of success on how that helps us diversify those tax dollars outside of a workforce ready opportunity?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So one of our efforts is going to be creating a more integrated, more diverse entrepreneurial ecosystem. So the two things that come to mind, one that's in our performance metrics in here, is that we're actually working directly with businesses, and our hope that spins off on business retention and expansion. And so direct service and provision of support services for small businesses and entrepreneurs, I would say, is probably one. And then from there, we hope we're like Tinkermill, and then we can start telling you that we've spun off 30 new business starts. We've launched, X number of prototype products that actually get seed funding to take it to the next level. Those are the outcomes from the Fab Lab specifically. Part of that's going to be entrepreneurs. Part of that, we hope small manufacturers come in and they use the Fab Lab to say, Thunderbeast may come to us and say, we want to prototype a new change to our suppressor. And we don't want to do that and take production time off the production line. We're going to come to the Fab Lab and do that. And with that, maybe they launch new products. So products, jobs, spin-offs, those are really what we're after with this effort. And so I guess those would be the metrics, if you will, that I would, if I came back to you in 3 years, you would say, Joe, have you done this? Show me the numbers.
No, thank you for that. And then maybe, and I know there's been a lot of discussion about this already, but maybe you can help us narrow the thought process. I think one of the things that came out of our committee set as we talked this through was there's a facilities budget to do this renovation in theory, in existence, in your normal budgeting process. Why should these funds skip or come in front of those other funds? That's a very direct question, and sorry to put you on the spot to that end, but I think that's kind of at the heart of some of the committee questions that we had.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, that's actually a fantastic question, and please put me on the spot. I need to be able to defend these answers. The short answer is, honestly, there has not been the resources or the willingness to engage in any type of predictable funding as of the recent few legislative sessions for this. So what Betsy from Leeds is asking me to do if I go down that route is to try to get funding, and we're willing to wait 3 to 5 years to see if that comes available with that. And so until things change economically for the state, I think capital construction is going to continue to be a challenge with what they can actually fund. Then take the process through which the wonderful hoops that we go to actually get a project in that process. It is literally a multi-year process of the initial design, approval by the county or community college commission, to the state construction division, to the state building commission. Then the governor has to consider writing it into his supplemental budget or his budget. Then it goes to the legislature. If we miss any one of those steps, we go back another year and we do the same thing. And I can tell you, we have one project in that process right now for LCCC, and I believe we started that process 4 years ago. And we might have a path forward to be doing something next spring. And so while there is a process for that, I don't think Wyoming has the ability to say, we'll wait 4 years to address these things. And I don't think Leeds is going to say, we can wait 4 years for you to do that. And so it you know, it's maybe not the best answer, but that's really the situation we're in, especially when we're talking about a $250,000 facility project, you know, or a $500,000 infrastructure project, which is interesting, by the way. I have scoured rules, legislation, and statute, and I cannot find anywhere where infrastructure is defined within state statute or within rules. And so it's curious as we talk about equipment and facilities. Maybe it's there, but I haven't found that. So I would hope that you realize you have greater flexibility probably than the political environment may suggest.
Looks like Jason, you got a question?
Yeah, just before they let you go. Trying to think of the best way to ask this question. There's a lot of commercial real estate available in Cheyenne. I'm looking at a huge commercial building, 12,000 square feet, 1.3 million. Why does this need to be on Laramie Community College property and your master plan and all of that when we have all this building sitting vacant in Cheyenne that could be put to use? I guess that's my.
It's another fantastic question. We went down that road early in this initiative and actually looked at everything from airport space to space out, south of town, and looked at everything because we thought that would actually probably be the best place to do that. Two big reasons, well, three, I would say. One is that purchasing still required significant renovation and added to the physical footprint of the campus. And so there was the initial price tag. Development and lease arrangements had the profit margin built in that actually made this a far more expensive project when we looked at actually doing something with the airport property. What they would need to recoup changes or renovations to their facilities, plus the rental facilities, plus any profit they want, actually made it more expensive to do that. And then the third reason is really just the co-location with other support services. So within this building upstairs, we have the Manufacturing Works Cheyenne office, we have PTAC, we have the SBDC, we have the Entrepreneurship Lab and access to faculty. Once we move that off campus, we're asking people to bounce back and forth. And so that was the other reason. I will tell you, we've heard loud and clear from this legislature that the idea of growing our physical footprint and taking on more of a burden for deferred maintenance and stuff like that, they're just not real excited. It's why capital construction has been pulled back on so substantially. Adding a leased facility or another facility actually compounds that versus repurposing facilities that exist on campus. But we went down that road, and actually there was great appeal in trying to do some community redevelopment to support this. It just, it didn't pencil and didn't seem to be very politically palatable.
Any other questions for the good of the cause? Yeah, Aaron, go ahead, please.
I think it's really important as we look at this too, that this aspect, right, is just around the Fab Lab and not around the workforce development component of it, with the exception of what might come out of the Fab Lab, but it's the entrepreneurial aspect. But can you talk about this as a priority in terms of LCCC, then also overall as a community priority for Cheyenne? Because one of the aspects, right, that we discuss very heavily as a committee, an investments committee, and then as the council, is making sure, especially with our limited dollars and where these go across the state, that they're put into projects that are priorities for communities. And so can you talk to that aspects of this?
Yeah, happy to, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair. Thank you for that question. So institutionally, as I said, we've got 4 programmatic areas that are our priorities, and each of those we'll try to find different funding streams to get them done: healthcare, IT, manufacturing, and entrepreneurship. And we're doing that to try to align with the community's strategy with that. I would say that right now, and I won't try to speak for Betsy, she may come up and do this. The priorities from an economic development perspective are really growing those higher value jobs within those key targeted sectors through business recruitment, and then really helping small business grow and expand through their business retention and expansion efforts. And specifically looking at primary sector employers that produce something that bring revenue into the state of Wyoming. Manufacturing is a heart of that. So the prototyping and the small business expansion and what they can do from there fits with what I believe are one of the community's primary economic development strategies. And then tied with Forward Greater Cheyenne, one of the things that we're trying to stand up is this entrepreneurial ecosystem. And that includes a bunch of efforts that are actually happening, from the county library to what's happening with a group of private company owners who are trying to launch similar type of innovation networks and entrepreneurial networks. Our 2 greatest shortcomings really are concept development and launch from an entrepreneurial standpoint, and funding. We haven't cracked the funding piece yet. You know, the initial seed funding, the angel funding, the investment funds, that's where we're going to have to go. But right now, the efforts in the community are providing those support services and access to resources to help them get their product, their idea developed and then launched. So I would say that you know, that's my sense of where we're going as a community. It's going to be manufacturing, IT, and then building some of the core, but entrepreneurship and new business starts is going to be central to what we're doing. And the chamber's heavily involved with it as well.
All right, anybody else? Do you have anybody else that would like to speak on your behalf? I know there's public out there too that we want to give a shot at. So.
No, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate your questions. I know I've used far too much time. There are some people I think from the community that want to respond, but I will gladly sit down.
Thank you. Appreciate your presentation. Please.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the Wyoming Business Council Board. Betsy Hale, CEO of Cheyenne Leads. I did want to follow up on Ms. Moore's question related to a priority. Currently in Cheyenne, Laramie County, and actually in northern Colorado, we are projecting a loss of around 150 machine tool and CNC operators over the next 5 to 7 years. So this is an issue we're facing, I would say probably statewide, as it relates to the aging out of the individuals that know how to utilize the equipment, but also the technology that's coming about in manufacturing as we move from more labor intensive to less labor intensive and more automated. So there will be I don't want to say crisis, but there will be a substantial shortage of these individuals. My biggest concern, I guess, is right now we have 18 companies in Laramie County engaged in this with almost 500 employees. These are companies that do everything from steel product manufacturing, forging and stamping, hand tool manufacturing, structural metals manufacturing, and control instruments manufacturing. So you can see that most of these companies only have about 25 to 30 employees. So to Dr. Schaefer's point, these are not necessarily large employers that could invest substantially in a facility like this. The thing that I guess, as I started to say, that's concerning me is that we have this great opportunity that you heard about yesterday from Dale Steenbergen, the ground-based strategic deterrent opportunity. And what Northrop Grumman has intended to do is hire manufacturing companies from throughout the state of Wyoming that can facilitate some of the work that needs to be done in the rehabilitation of these 400 plus missile sites. And so as it stands today, I mentioned yesterday that we had 12 active manufacturing prospects. I just talked to Derek and we have 3 more. So now we're up to 15 active manufacturing prospects in the queue. And we are working currently with 3 existing employers of the 18 that are looking at expansions. And so I would really I would hope that we would consider and continue to consider making this investment with Laramie County Community College, but also think about this potentially as even a larger investment statewide as we continue to try to bring manufacturing jobs, which do, by the way, pay an average wage of about $73,000 a year. So it is substantially higher than our average income in Laramie County. Thank you very much. I'm happy to answer questions that you might have.
Any questions?
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, we'll wrap the presentation phase of this and move into the action item. Sorry. So the first one to consider is the City of Mills for $1.919 million. Is there a motion from the floor to accept staff's recommendation of funding the Mills project?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we accept the staff recommendation to fund the Mills project.
There is a motion from Chuck. Second from Mr. Brown. Discussion?
Over here.
Yes, Mike.
Yeah, I'll have the same question for both committee. I guess I would be curious as to maybe, and I know it's been alluded to in our discussion, but maybe to bring focus to the aspect of return on investment for these projects, and could the committee maybe explain how they basically arrived at a ROI for these and what that may be?
Sure. Can I turn that over to staff? Julie, do you want to try to address that?
My mic died, but it didn't get me out of answering any questions. So, Mr. Committee Chair, Mr. Easley, we don't do necessarily an ROI on community readiness projects or enhancements for that matter. It's more difficult to do with projects that don't have job creation. The more traditional hardcore things that we would run an ROI on, for example, for a business committed project. However, we are working on economic impact statements that consider there may not be actual job creation attached to a project, but what's the projected job creation? What are the taxes that we can imagine from a project? And so while we did not do that in these cases, we will have that in place soon, and we can do that. At this point, we're still working with the staff's expertise and feel that, there are a number of elements in the Mills project, for example, that we feel like will have good economic impact for not just for the city of Mills, but for the community of Casper, Natrona County, the region. And so we know that it's positive. We don't have the actual number to attach to it.
Jason.
Thanks, John. I gotta admit, I'm at odds with these like super hardcore, and it has nothing to do with the projects. They're great projects. It has more to do with strategy and direction and ROI and some of the things we've been tasked to do and ways we've been directed to pivot. And it feels like, on one hand, we're bettering the community. We're doubling down our investment in the Casper area, the Casper ecosystem, and that's good. But with that momentum comes also, you want to let those things develop as they, we light the match, we light the fire, and then developers develop where they want to develop and where they see opportunities to develop and where they see opportunities for business to occur. So I guess I just struggle with kind of both of these on that level, both of these applications, in that we're building infrastructure for things that we hope come there and things that have worked in the past and all those things. And I just pose that question to the board, like, is this where we're going? Like, is this what we want to do? Because the last two meetings we've had, we kind of asked these questions, and these are things we would have funded in the past. no, to me, or okay, maybe the college one is the exception there, but I'm just saying these are things that were easy to say yes to at one point when our budgets were flush and we could see that, and ROI maybe wasn't the same. You know, are we investing in businesses here? I would argue no. You know, I don't think there's a obvious apparent business success here. If we're training people to go to businesses that can't afford to build a training program or help with it, is that an industry that, you know, is it important? Absolutely. Is an opportunity? Sure. To somebody it is. But it's like we see these things where momentum gets created and those towns kind of take off and those communities take off. If the business is there, I would feel like a real estate developer would want to develop that and solve that infrastructure problem. So I just wanted to share that because for what it's worth, because I'm definitely on the fence.
Jason, I maybe will try to piggyback off that a little bit. I think you're expressing something that this board has been wrestling with for an extended period of time is the efficiency and the effectiveness of the dollars. And we might be at the start of that kind of question at this moment, which is spurring a ton of discussion and debate. And primarily the reason for that is the same thing that everybody's facing in this moment, which is a dwindling revenue stream. And as you do that, you start to push the envelope and explore and challenge and test what opportunities present themselves in that moment. And so I think your statement is super fair in the moment. I'd certainly like to defer to Mr. Durrell to hear his thoughts in that regards too. But I think you're giving a great segue to the ultimate decisions and debates that we're going to have and continue to have as we look forward to trying to serve our ultimate mission, which is again to help diversify and grow a better Wyoming at the end of the day. And Josh, I don't know if you want to pick up on any of those comments, but I think that's a fair thing to continue to discuss. And Aaron, it looks like you might have a question to that end too.
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair and Mr. Kinsler. Yeah, I think what you're saying and what Mike and Mr. Easley was mentioning is these are all things that are going on right now. And frankly, they've been going on for at least the last year, perhaps more. I think we've made great progress over the last few weeks in terms of developing that rubric or scorecard and the accompanying process to begin to vet these projects on what we're looking to do in the future. And I think the challenge is that we're not there yet internally. So projects like these that in some cases months or years to develop are coming to us while we're in a state of flux. And that is the state. That is the way it works. So I don't have any profound answers. I don't have any magic that we can really pull out and say, oh, this is what we should do exactly. But I can tell you that over the next, as we continue to make these decisions, we'll have more clarity. Things like we'll have more clarity about the impact that they'll have, or at least better predictions. I think we'll also have better information and equip communities and economic developers with the answers to questions or the questions that they need to answer better so that they can do those as well. And I think some of those came out today in our discussion, which is exactly what this forum is for a lot of those questions to come out. I think it's great in a public way because it begins to educate those future applicants. It begins to educate communities. It begins to educate those folks who are out there working every day on what's important. But frankly, we're not there yet.
Aaron?
So let's break down mills, right? Because this is one we're talking about and we're going through. And I think there's certainly a component that the board's asked for in terms of ROI, and we'll work through that. And that's what Josh was talking to, right? But from a mills perspective, sitting out here in front of us, I think we're looking, right, at a community who's determined that this is their priority and that with the direction that they want to be able to take economic development in, and does have a significant impact to the community while still to be defined. But I think there's a lot of really good aspects around this Mills project, right? And I'm encouraged by the fact that the community is really centered around this and it has identified it as their priority and where they want to drive economic development. And that's one of the biggest things that we ask for as a board, right? In communities, as we're trying to identify where our dollars get placed, is bring us your priorities, show us your commitment. And I think very similarly to other projects that we funded throughout the last year or two, Mills is definitely demonstrating on this project that they're bringing us their priorities and this is where their commitment is to as a community. And so I'm very encouraged by that. I feel that it's not out of line with where we're going from our strategic plan overall. And so I'm very encouraged by this project and think that it's a positive one for us to be looking at funding. So.
Yes, Cindy.
Chairman John. Of course, you know me, I'd like to fund every project that comes along, but one of the things that I just want to caution us about is that the city manager of Casper spoke to us and he said there are many more cities in that valley area that will be coming to us for this type of project. And I am sure that each of those cities in that Platte Valley, is that what you call it, Platte Valley? In the valley there, are going to prioritize this as a very important project. And how many cities are there? I don't know. I wish we could have asked the city administrator. And then will we want to fund each of those projects too? And so does anybody know how many of these cities are going to come just like Mills? Because I really like the project. But then I got a little frightened when the city administrator of Casper said, oh, we have many more like that. So,
Mr. Co-Chair.
Mr. Chair, go ahead.
So, Ms. Johnson, I think what he was alluding to is that this could spur some great development across Casper and hopefully encourage that around the valley. But I think you bring up a very good point, right? From a board perspective, we would encourage Casper and Mills to allow this to be your priority project and not to come with a very identical project back to us again. So I think that's where you were going to in that direction, Ms. Johnson, was to be able to say, this is your priority that you're coming to. Please don't send another duplicate project our way with this for funding.
Thank you.
Jason?
I guess part of what I was thinking when you said that is like, would we fund this project in another town? I mean, that's the question I ask myself, because I think it's cool that it's Mills. That's interesting. There's opportunity there. But just at the project level, is this the kind of project we would fund somewhere else in Evanston, Rollins, wherever? You know, is this the kind of project we'd fund? Just curious.
Mr. Committee Chair, I would just say, I think Aaron's discussion is real compelling, and we've used this before on other projects. One in Sundance comes to mind about it being the community's priority. And I think other communities that this may not be a priority, but just, you know, another item or on the wish list, I think would come play very heavily into that. So I guess even without the formal ROI process, and I don't think the Business Council can prioritize projects with a limited budget and not be able to objectively say this one scores here, this is important. I think, you know, we've gone long enough without doing that. But I think Aaron's discussion about this being a community priority would be one of those factors that would really score highly in that process. And I think for me, that may be what tips this one over to the good.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Thank you. Yeah, I look at this, I've driven by that area 300 times. And I think and I'm just going to talk Wyoming in general, I think as a general rule, our enhancements of the natural resource of waterways we have in this state we haven't even touched it. I live in Sheridan. I see way underutilization there that we could do this. I see drive-by mills. I see way underutilization there. And since we crawled out of the cave, we walk toward water. It entices us. I mean, that's why there's a $150 million fountain in front of Bellagio. And so I think, I think this falls under the activate part of our strategic plan that we just talked about this morning.
Thank you. With that, unless anybody has anything else, I think the discussion's been worthy, but I think it's time for a decision and a vote. So, all right, with that, all in favor of the project, please. I'm sorry.
Oh, do we already have a motion? Oh, I missed it. I messed up.
Yeah, we're just doing one
just one
project at this stage, which is the City of Mills project. All in favor, please designate by aye.
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 Any opposed, same sign. That motion is carried. Now we'll move on to the LCCC request. Again, staff recommendation in that regards was to not fund the equipment portion of the request, but to make contingent upon other funding sources not being available to fund the remainder of that for $232,000. Discussion. Oh, I'm sorry. We need a motion first. Is there a motion to accept staff recommendation? I will ask again, is there a motion to accept staff recommendation?
I think it's appropriate to make a motion just to get the discussion going so we can have discussion on that. I'm sort of on the fence on this one too, and you'll know my questions as we discuss them, but I think just in honor of the project and the process and getting good board dialogue, I'll make a motion to accept the staff's recommendation.
There is a motion and a second to accept staff's recommendation for the purposes of discussion. And so with that, I'll open this one up for discussion. Kathy, we'll start with you.
So I do have a real conflict with this, and it has to do a lot with what Cindy said about the last project. If this is funded, what's going to stop the other? I mean, everybody wants maker spaces in the state. What is going to stop the line from forming to us to try to fund everything? That's.
Thank you. And to try to give Dr. Schaefer some credit to that end, because he asked the question of us, Pandora's box in this situation. I think that was a great analogy. And so I appreciate you trying to front run that very question for us, because I know that's difficult, but I still think it's very worthy given, the recognition of our position as the business council and trying to understand where those state funds come in ahead of us or behind us with our funds to that end. So certainly worthy. Any other discussion? Jason.
Yes, thanks, committee chairman. For me, the college thing was one part of it. The college funding. I just took that out for the sake of argument. I'm not sure this would be something we would fund without a specific ROI. I compare it to the kind of the Wyotech thing we did at one point. We really would need to see how many businesses are lining up to hire these trained employees, and what does that mean to the state specifically in dollars. And I just think we'd need that anyway, regardless of whether it's a college or not. If someone wanted to build a makerspace in some other town, as I mentioned earlier, like we would really, I think we would have a hard time seeing the ROI, I guess is the best way to put that.
Mr. Easley.
Yeah, I guess I would echo Jason's comment, but also I'm not going to put Julie on the spot with the same question. But I guess I would say when we do, as we progress and get to some sort of an ROI, I think we need to also keep in mind that it's not just numbers too. There is going to be some subjectivity as well as some objective things. And, absent the objective things that you talked about, Jason, it seems like the subjective thing is like community priority that Aaron had mentioned earlier. And I'm not sure I get a sense of that here. Maybe somebody could talk about that a little more if that makes sense. But I think that's just, we have to have a rank order and a way to measure these projects against some sort of a standard, or we're just going to be taking whatever comes, and who knows, we're going to maybe be spending money that we should have spent on other projects.
Cindy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Aaron, I do think though, by $3 million being put in, if the 6 cent or the extra penny passes, that is a commitment by the community to fund this project. I mean, that is a big commitment because there's been a lot of times when other counties said not only no, but heck no to a 6 cent tax. So if Laramie does approve a 6 penny tax just for this project, I think that does show wide community support. So I would at that point say, gee, should we have looked at this and funded not only what Julie has and staff has suggested, but also the equipment. Maybe we are going to see that there's some readiness in the community to do this project. I would hesitate to say yes on the project till we have some ROIs, because that's really important to us, I think. But I think that if the community says yes to $3 million from the 6 cent, or I don't know what it is, the extra penny in Laramie, then I think that is a big commitment from the community. And they're not asking us for that much then.
You bet. Any other discussion, Aaron?
So, I think there's a couple components of this, right, to break it down. I think the first one that sits in front of us is it's important. Well, I absolutely appreciate the larger vision of the project. It's important to know that what's sitting in front of us today is funding of the Fab Lab. Okay, so I think we need to make sure that the conversation we focus on is the Fab Lab itself, the outcomes that result from that, and how we feel about our investment as a business council into that aspect. Okay? I will absolutely agree with Betsy and Dr. Schaefer in the impact of manufacturing in this corner of the state that it has on our economy and the need for workforce there, right? What's in front of us is not that workforce aspect of it, and I think that's important to remember. I also feel that this was a great challenge for us as a council to start asking the questions again around what does our role in our relationship with community colleges look like. And I feel that that's one that, I mean, obviously, as you can see from this conversation, we're trying to figure that out. And so regardless of what happens with this project today, I think from a council perspective, there's certainly a commitment on our end to be having a good relationship and conversation around what does funding of projects look like from the business council to community colleges, and where is our investment best spent in that? And so I think this started a really good conversation today, regardless of what happens with this project. And I think it's something that as a council and as a committee, we need to make sure we follow up on and continue to have those conversations and figure out how our dollars are best invested in that aspect of the state. So from that perspective, I think this one makes me feel just a little bit uneasy at the time. I think there are bigger priorities probably on the table as we kind of walk through. And I think there's some aspects of community priorities, but I also don't want to shut the door for the conversation. So I think that where we're all feeling a little bit uneasy at this time, we want to be able to work through that and figure out, all right, what does this look like going forward?
Thank you, Aaron. Any other discussion for the greater good?
Maybe just a clarification
Mr.
and a
Easley.
question to come off of Aaron's statement. I guess what I heard you say is that if we can't support this project now, just sort of due to the lack of information that we're considering, is it able to come back at a later date after the tax is approved or after other priorities may be rank ordered and stuff? Is that possible to do? Okay.
Do I see a hand raised over here? Okay. Well, with that.
Mr. Chair, this is Alex.
Yes, Alex.
As you can see me, I was hoping to chime in quickly.
You've had your hand up for a while and I just haven't noticed you.
It's easy to blend in with the background, I think, not being there in person, but I think there's been a great discussion on this project, and I think I shared in the committee meeting, I had a good friend that actually makerspace in Boulder, Colorado 8 or 9 years ago at the library there. And so I followed up with and asked a few questions about, these spaces. I think there is a reason why people want them, because they do become these little mini generators potentially. And I think there's been a really good conversation, and I too question whether maybe we're a little bit too early in this funding, and maybe we wait to see if the SPET tax goes through. But rather than the workforce training, I actually see the real potential and the ROI in keeping entrepreneurs in the area. And there are entrepreneurs that are looking for access to these types of spaces, and without them, they can't create the products, get the patents, and start the businesses that they could potentially be based here in Wyoming. And I'm not familiar with Tinkermill, but I do know that there are a good number of patents and businesses that get their start in these spaces. And so it is something that I'm definitely intrigued by. In the long term, I do just question whether or not we're maybe a little bit too early in the process. And we want to see if the SPET tax gets pushed through and the community supports the bigger project.
Thank you for those comments, Alex. With that, let's close the discussion and look for a vote here. With that, the motion was presented as to the recommendation of the staff. So I'm sorry, go ahead, Jason. Yeah, from Mike and Cindy. To create the discussion. So with that being said, go ahead. Mr. Brown? Yes.
I know time is moving on here. As I'm sitting here listening to this very appropriate discussion, I think many of us are conflicted here. Number one, by the fact that the community college is your 7 colleagues now are going to pay a an important, maybe even a more crucial role in providing Wyoming businesses with qualified workers now going forward, backgrounds, and knowing how important that effort has been, and is going to continue to be. What is then the role for the council, and do we belong in this space? I think is the question that many of us now today have, and indeed, if we were to approve this, clearly it would invite more requests and applications from the other community colleges. And so is that right or wrong, or what would happen? I think that obviously is yet to be seen. So this has been a good discussion, and as I say, I think that many of us are saying, is this the right thing at the right time? And thank you, LCCC, for bringing this to us. It is a discussion that we clearly need to have. So with that, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Let's go ahead and work on this vote. So, okay. With that, do we accept the motion made by committee, or not committee, but made by staff for the approval of the funding contingent upon recognizing other funds available to the college with a request that's embedded in that to decline the equipment funding for the college? Is that a fair synopsis? I'm looking at you, Warren, making sure I didn't get that wrong.
Approve the staff recommendations as they approve in the paper, which is for the building modification only, note the equipment, and contingent upon the availability of other funding.
Thank you for that clarification. With that, all in favor, please designate by a sign of aye. Based off of the limited numbers, should we do a roll call, Warren? Would that be appropriate?
Yes, please. Members of the board, I will call your name and please call out with your vote. Mr. Ahrens. Thank you, sir. Mr. Brown. Thank you. Mr. Coyne.
No.
Mr. Easley. Ms. Johnson. Mr. Kenyon. Mr. Kinsler. Mr. Klein.
No.
Mr. Law. Ms. Moore. Ms. Thayer. Ms. Tomasi. Mr. Committee Chair, Madam Vice Chair, that does fail.
Recognizing the motion has failed, I guess I want to take my ability here at the pulpit to speak directly to LCCC and Dr. Schaefer. I super appreciate the request. You getting out in front of some of these hard questions. I think our commitment coming back to you is we're going to really evaluate where the space is here and see if there's another opportunity to help as we come forward in the future. We'll work directly with staff as we define that and understand that. And if we see that to be an opportunity, that we'll reach back out. Thank you for challenging us with that question. I hope you recognize that our efforts and are here are really to be as effective and efficient with the resources that we have to make Wyoming a great place. That is not a comment on the LCCC's ability or what you're trying to do through your avenues for not only the children that you are helping try to educate and the workforce that you're trying to create for Wyoming. Know that we're certainly in support of those efforts. So with that being said, I will hand that back over. And since Kim DeVore, who cannot be here, would be proud, we're only 45 minutes behind the agenda now. And so I don't know if it's fair to ask for a break and circle back up very quickly.
Yeah, I'd just like to note that I was mostly on time when I chaired that committee. No, just joking. Yeah, we're going to go ahead and do a little bit of switch in the agenda because I think everybody needs a break and needs lunch. And so we'll go ahead and take our lunch break now. And after lunch, we'll pick up with Ms. Tomasi and the Operations Committee. Okay, thanks for hanging with us, which it might just be board and staff at this point in time, but that's all good. That's usually what happens when we get through BRC, right? So, perfect. All right, welcome back. And we are going to pass it over to Ms. Tomasi to talk about Operations Committee.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, it kind of cleared out. I mean, but we're so exciting. I don't know why people didn't stay to listen to this. Yeah, yeah. I just want to reiterate, Karen and Sherry, thank you so much. This is part of the Operations Committee, and thank you so much. I can't believe the amount of knowledge we are losing with you guys. So best of luck. Wish us best of luck. So yeah. Okay, so we are going to start with Hava, who's going to talk about the culture and performance update. And Hava, you can kind of just, if we're trying to keep up a little bit, so we'll make it. And I don't want you to hurry through, but we'll make it quick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate that, and I will. I tend to be a quick talker anyway. Not that I'm a fast talker, but so just some highlights of what we've been up to in terms of what we have been calling human resources or personnel. I'm taking a different direction and calling it organizational culture and performance, because that's really what it is. It's not about human resources. And so, you know, we've talked about this at previous board meetings, some of the different things that we are doing as a team, as a matter of, you know, learning and growing and becoming bigger than ourselves. But I thought that I'd just kind of just do a rehash on those things again and talk about kind of like the bigger picture of it all. And so, you know, as a matter of our organizational culture, obviously performance is what you all see. Performance is what you all experience whenever you interact with one of us from the Business Council, or whenever you receive a product or service, et cetera. But underneath all of that are our mindsets, our shared language, our behaviors, our processes, things like that. And all of those things layer and build up to how we're able to perform optimally for the state of Wyoming. And so that's where I've been spending my time and my focus with the Wyoming Business Council. And for the last, 6 months, we have been in learning mode. Because just like all of you and like everybody else around this world, our relationships with one another are really, really important. And the time, you know, being away from work and not in the office in the period of COVID had an impact on us, that, you know, we needed our moments together again. We needed some human moments. We needed some experiences with each other. And so that ended up becoming the catalyst for us to have these learning sessions. We had book clubs. We talked about the happiness advantage. We did that in January. And, you know, the reason behind all of that was, you know, we're coming off the tail end of holidays. It's January. You're still deep in the middle of winter. We needed to think about and push ourselves to think about ways to, you know, expand our mindsets, focus, you know, learn more about positive psychology and the benefits that positive psychology brings to people ultimately for their performance. Once we got out of that, we talked about our purpose. And so Josh really, he walked everybody through, you know, why a purpose is so important, why you need to name and claim your drive in this world, whether, it enhances what you do, it enhances how you interact with others, and it enhances, your ultimate deliverables, right? And most recently, we worked on being ideal team players. So we talked about hungry, humble, smart, and how critical that is for our interaction with each other and our partners, our clients, anybody that we work with. That it's so important to be thinking about those qualities and those virtues on a daily basis. The next idea I have, we still have to evaluate budget and whether or not we can do this, is what I'm calling like a WBC road tour. And what my vision is for this is that we take everybody out of the Cheyenne office and take them out around the state to one of our regions where one of our regional directors can teach us about an economic development principle, theory, something new, teach all of us at that same time, and we have our human moments with each other. We have some creative combustion, and also get exposure to the different communities around the state, because not everybody from Cheyenne gets to come to events around the state. So in a nutshell, that's what we've been up to. Any questions? All right.
That was quick. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, so next we'll go to Lindsay with the financial update.
Thank you, Madam Committee Chair. Madam Vice Chair, members of the board, March 31st, 2021 is what I'm presenting today. This ends our third quarter of fiscal year 2021. This is the first year of our current biennium or 2-year budget cycle. As such, this fiscal year budget, general fund budget optimum is 75%. And as you can see, we came in at 43.75%, which would be more comparable to a December 31st. But we know our spending has been down a little bit this year, these 9 months, because events were canceled that we would normally attend. We've had less travel than we have in previous years. Also, we got a lot of contracts encumbered in last biennium that we've been able to free up some budget for us this fiscal year. You'll see in the general services budget, this is at 86.06%. And again, this is because this is the budget for our Business Resource Network contract. We encumber that for the whole year, and an encumbrance kind of is in our budget as if the money has already gone out the door. Moving down to the federal funds, just to touch on the STEP grant real quick, we have had some activity there this quarter, just a little bit, hoping to see some more as the world is starting to open up. Going down to the agency funds, our Economic Loan Development Fund has $6.8 million in available cash. From July 1st, 2020 through March 31st, we have received $2.6 million in receipts. That includes loan payments of interest and principal on the loans in that fund, in addition to interest revenue earned on cash that is held with the Treasurer's Office. We do have a $26 million available budget there that includes a $25 million appropriation for the large loan fund that's not currently included in available cash because we consider it reserved for large loan projects. And then moving down to the CARES Act COVID funds, we have paid out everything for the COVID grant programs. You can see we paid out about $493 million. We still have funds encumbered in Connect Wyoming and Energy Rebound. However, those are going to be released and reverted to the governor's office for spending throughout the rest of this calendar year. We are still receiving return funds for the business relief grants as a result of the audits that have happened. And so far, we have received back about $6.5 million. Moving down to the budgeted expenditures by funding source chart, you can see this is how our $58.5 million budget is made up by the expenditure type. We've got 51% of our budget allocated for loans and 32% for grants. The line item expenditure chart shows the budget and utilization by expenditure type. So you can see most everything's looking pretty good. Our support services is down, but that's where we would be charging travel and event type expenses. And as you can see, we've done no loans so far this year. Finally, just moving over to the loan table, we've got $26.8 million of net loan balance. And so far this fiscal year, we've received about $1.5 million in principal and interest payments.
Lindsay, I do have a couple things. We're going to be talking about the audit next with Amy. Is that out of agency services? Is that where that is that what that line item is? Or is it strategic partnerships? I'm not sure of that.
So our audit contract comes out of the accounting line budget.
And another question, and you might be able to answer this, or Amy might be able to answer this. As far as the audits go, are we about done with everything for the CARES Act audits that we have been involved with?
Madam Committee Chair, Madam Vice Chair. Yes, we actually are done with the audits. The audits are complete. And what the audits you're referring to, I believe, are the business relief program audits. Is that correct? Yeah, so those audits for the business relief programs are complete. The part that is not yet complete is we did offer a repayment plan option to the businesses who perhaps did have to repay funds. We allowed up until June 30th for those funds to be repaid. So if a business agreed to a repayment plan, which did require them to sign a document, then that they actually have until June 30th. So we are managing those who are still in the repayment plan process and will be through the end of June. At that point, then we will have a complete audit at that point.
Thank you. So Lindsay, that's it for this quarter. Okay, so we do need an action item.
Can I just ask a question? Oh, Madam Committee Chair. Yes. Madam Committee Chair Lindsay. The loan piece, right, also includes, is the challenge fund loan in the loan amounts?
Yes, Madam Vice Chair, that budget is there. So this just shows this fiscal year, for this budget year also. We are managing other loans from previous budgets. It's just not reported here in this budget.
Okay, we need to have a motion to accept the consideration of the quarterly financial statements. Do I hear a motion?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to accept the quarterly financial statements. Okay, hearing none, we'll vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Same sign. So now Amy is going to talk a little bit about the amendment to the contract for McGee-Hearn. And Amy, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Committee Chair. So managing $58.5 million is a big undertaking, and we take that undertaking very seriously. Our accounting team runs a very tight ship. They do a great job, but as part of managing that $58.5 million, we do have a financial audit that's completed on an annual basis. So you may recall in our May meeting of 2020, you did approve a contract for the fiscal year 20 financial audit with McGee-Hearn and Pies. That was just for 1 year of the biennium. So we're now coming back to you to talk about the second year of the biennium and recommending that we actually amend the financial audit contract with McGee-Hearn and Pies to include the second year of the biennium. This is actually amendment 2 because we did do amendment 1 for the McGee-Hearn and Pies contract in August of 2020. As the CARES Act money came into the Business Council, that does require additional steps to be taken in a financial audit because of the federal money. And so we did have to increase the original contract that you approved last May by $6,000 to include some of that CARES Act money. As I bring forward the second amendment for fiscal year 21 financial audit, it does include a not to exceed price of $52,000. So that includes the financial audit of our financial statements. That includes an audit for CDBG. So that's our other federal funding that comes in. And it also includes the rest of the CARES Act money that came into us in fiscal year 21. The reason why there's an increase in the financial audit from what you were seeing in fiscal year 20 is because the CARES Act funds that were audited as part of the fiscal year 20 audit only really included a portion of that $492 million. It included only those funds that we expended through June 30th of 2020. The vast majority of those CARES Act funds that were expended were in fiscal year 21. And so that's why you're seeing the additional cost from what it was last year for the financial audit. Just as a reminder too, we did go out for RFP for the professional services of the financial audit last spring. And so we actually statutorily have to go out for our RFP every 3 years. So we are 1 year post RFP. I am recommending that we actually consider an amendment to include this next year of the biennium as part of the MHP contract we have for the financial audit, with the consideration that we would actually consider an RFP process again in a year. So going every 2 years versus 3, which would align better with the bienniums and allow us to look at financial audits from a biennium standpoint. So Madam Committee Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the board, any questions?
No, I just want to make a comment. McGee-Hearn has been awesome to work with. They're happy to answer any questions. We go over everything pretty thoroughly every time that we go through the audit. They've been really, really great to work with. And I think that working with the biennium datelines are something that we should do. Just my.
Madam Vice Chair, I will add too, when we look at the financial audit for those CARES Act funds, McGee-Hearn and Pies also did do the business relief program audits. Because of that work with the business relief program audits, they can incorporate some of that work into the CARES Act financial audit that we're talking about today.
Any comments?
I just need to push my ones. I think it's probably also worth noting, as Amy has in the past, though, that when McGee-Hearn and Pies went out and did those audits, that they also contracted with other accounting firms across Wyoming to be able to get all of those audits completed. So I think it's an important aspect to remember that we do keep that in mind and make sure that where possible, those things are also getting out. And I think that was a big component on their part as well.
Yeah, Madam Vice Chair, I'm glad you brought that up. So you're right. For the business relief program audit, they did use a number of other Wyoming accounting firms for that work.
Just a quick question. So CEO Durrell, you concur in continuing with MHP?
Yes.
Any other questions? Okay, hearing none, we are going to, do I hear a motion to accept the staff's recommendation?
Madam Chair, I move we accept recommendation to extend, or to rather amend, the audit contract with McGee-Hearn.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Do I hear any discussion? Okay, hearing none, we'll take a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Same sign. Okay, motion passes. Thank you all. Thank you.
Quick, my agenda. Okay, so instead of a lunch break, because we already did that,
we'll turn it over to Heather to do field operations updates as well as the regional directors.
Okay. Good afternoon. Thanks for having us back, Madam Vice Chair. I actually feel like you've probably gotten plenty of Southeast Regional Director update for the last 2 days. So unless there was any specific questions, I just wanted to give you kind of a quick update. Our updates might be short. You'll see that we are down a couple of regional directors. 2 of our team has joined this strategy team. So Marcio moved over in January, and Amy is transitioning in now as we speak, sort of. So we are down a couple of regional directors, but we are still out there and strong and working through what our communities need. So unless you have any Southeast Regional Director questions, I will let my team, they seem so excited to come forward.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair and board members. As Heather said, I am in the process of transitioning into a new role at the Business Council, which I'm excited about, but it is bittersweet. I have enjoyed for the last almost 4 years working as the Northwest Regional Director, living and loving being in the communities where I work and play. And, you know, so much of what we said yesterday and focusing on the positive just really resonated. And it's, you know, what I've really enjoyed so much about this job and being able to have that close connection. And thankfully, when they put me into this new role as strategic communications, they said I get to stay there. I get to stay in my home community, which I think will be a great asset to have more of us out in the region. I look forward to staying very closely connected with the regional director team too, because communications is a two-way street. We need to strengthen certainly our internal communications as well as our external, and using, you know, Josh spoke very eloquently and, you know, positively about the regional director team, but it is a crucial component to what we do. And so I'm excited to continue to stay connected with them. But I want to give potentially my last Northwest Regional update, and it will be brief. Recently, we had 2 roadmap revitalization workshops in communities in the Northwest region, in Cody and in Shell. We contracted with Ben Levenger with Downtown Redevelopment Services. We worked on a grant with USDA to provide these services in a variety of communities around the state. He came and spent several days touring the communities, listening, and really engaging, and then providing strategic recommendations. And it was a great opportunity. While we present community reviews and assessments and strategic planning with our communities all the time, we are very closely connected. So to have that third-party person come in to give that additional look at, you know, and those additional recommendations can be hard to accept and to hear sometimes, but it's a really great opportunity. And we do feel like it's a chance to build off of what we have done with our community reviews and strategic doing sessions. So right now, those communities are reviewing the recommendations he put forward and identifying who is going to commit to working on them. And he will be back at the beginning of June to work with those communities again. In Grable, we did do a community review last summer, and we went back. Kim Porter came up and we did a strategic doing session with them. It was a small but mighty and really focused group. A lot of times those strategic doing sessions, we focus on multiple themes or ideas, priorities, and the group rightly, I think, decided to focus on one and kind of some low-hanging fruit. So they are going to focus on the river corridor and really creating a place where people want to spend time and be at. And with the small number there, they felt that they could really commit to doing that and making it successful. And then they can work on business development and workforce development. Some of those others that require more brain and manpower and just a lot more effort. So excited to see where that goes. In Worland and Ten Sleep in the Washakie County, there's a lot of activity going on. I know the governor last night just said he's going to be up there this end of the week, so that's exciting for them. But the Washakie Development Association is very excited to be working on some opportunities, some interest in a building that they own. And that's been a long time coming. They've really been working on that. So we hope that that is successful for them, and we are there to support them through that process. In Thermopolis and Hot Springs County, the county has been working on a hotel feasibility project and looking at how they can utilize some county-owned property, the old airport. I mentioned it last month in my written report. And so that's still in the process. And the Main Street community, Thermopolis, again, is the only Main Street community in the Northwest region. It's also the only all volunteer-led. So their capacity at times is limited, but their drive and their determination is not. So they do some great things and they're really gearing up. They've been participating in the WYO Wednesdays, getting ready for their Brew Fest, which is their big event. And they have a cleanup day, a community-wide cleanup day this next week. So getting back out there. And during COVID, they really utilized some of the farmers markets and other community events that were limited, but to get there and to be visible. So they had tables and really informing people about what the Main Street was doing. In Cody, they are busy. It's certainly the season, the tour season is starting, and a lot of those self-contained visitors that we talked about earlier today have been there for weeks, it seems like. But there's a lot of activity for new business growth and interest, a lot of housing. So Forward Cody and other, they're really exploring some housing options and how they can work on that issue because it is critical, as well as workforce. Wyoming Legacy Meets, I put in the report last month or in March. Not much has happened. Again, they're waiting. They have the EDA grant. And so with business prices so high, building prices so high, they kind of put a pause on trying to initiate that project until things might level off a bit. Powell, I thank Rebecca. She did a great job giving an overview of all of the exciting things going on in Powell, really creating a local food kind of hub, focusing on a lot of that agritainment. You heard the update on the hotel, and thank you for extending that because it will be a great opportunity in the region. And they also have a new processing plant, a private owned one that an individual is looking at opening and pursuing that. And then just one other thing, just to give a shout out, because I'm not sure that the Main Street folks are able to get up here, but we do have a Make Wyoming virtual workshop that is going to be held online May 25th to 27th. And that's geared to our small scale manufacturers. So that could be anybody from a brewery to a distillery to a t-shirt screen printer or a coffee roaster, candle maker, leather worker. Those folks that are in our communities and whatever capacity they might be at, the 3 days are targeted to help them wherever they are in their stage of business development. So we have the first day devoted to, I think it's retail. E-commerce, sorry, yes. The first day is devoted to e-commerce, how to get online with your businesses. Maybe it's somebody who is pursuing Etsy or something, you know, some of that cottage business that they're doing in their home and selling at the farmer's market, but wants to take it online. The second day is devoted to wholesaling and how you can connect with B2B. And then the third day is on retail. So maybe somebody who's looking at expanding into some brick and mortar. So that will be all virtual. We realize it's a challenging time for a lot of businesses because the season, that tourist busy season, summer is getting going, but it will all be recorded and will be housed online so that we can share those resources and build. And that is a partnership with National Main Street and a grant, again, through the USDA that helped us do this. And National Main Street has got some incredible presenters ready for that. We have a save the date information out there, and we just, you know, want to get as much participation as we can, but then also work with communities to maybe use those training and resources later on to help locally. And that, you know, I am transitioning into the communication side of things. So if there's questions and things I can help with, right now I'm doing a lot of listening and look forward to continuing in the new role. Thank you. And if there's any questions. Anyway.
Is there any questions for Amy? I forgot there's not a committee chair.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Amy, and congratulations on the new role.
Bite your tongue. Yes. I know my time is limited, so I'm not going to go through the counties that yeah, well, good. So my compadre, Marcio, gave me a cartoon why we were laughing in the back, about a calendar with the stick figure, March 20, and the next month is March 20, and the next month is March 20. And that's what it feels like this last year was. And when they said Marcio took on his role in January, I thought, January, what year? It feels like it's been a long time that Marcio took on that other role. So right now, I cover what I was covering before, which is Teton County, Sublette County, Uinta, and now I have added Fremont and Sweetwater, and I still try to cover Lincoln County too. So I will hit the highlights, which is all I'm doing right now, is just kind of hitting the highlights as we go along. One update I thought you might be interested is in Avalon in Uinta County right now. So Uinta County does a little different than most communities. They do have weekly to biweekly meetings, and they take minutes at them with Avalon, and Avalon is on that as they negotiate how to do things. Because as mentioned earlier, the cost of building materials and the availability of building materials are really affecting this project. Laughingly, one of the people from Evanston said you got a couple $1 million extra, but they were kidding, kind of, I think. So, and this is part of this. Let me put on my glasses. So they, the site that they were at, the city had agreed to remove the concrete and asphalt and debris that they had dumped there over the years. That's all done. The site is ready to go. They're bringing in Rocky Mountain Power right now, and they're doing some site plan revisions. That was their March minutes that indicated that. Their end of April minutes, they have the civil site plans done and the plat is completed. And they have the utility site plans done, which in 1 month, I think that's some pretty good progress that they have done. Again, I mentioned the price of materials, but the availability too, we're hoping that is not going to affect this project. They're negotiating what they can do then. Uinta County also continues to explore a data center by a local individual who has come back home, and so they're doing that. This would require Uinta County to upgrade a county road, and so that would be quite a feat for Uinta County. Not a lot of jobs, again, 9 jobs, but it looks like at this point they're doing it themselves. I've heard that before, so right now they're not coming to us, but hold on, we never know. Then we move over to Lincoln County. If you remember in 2019, some of you will remember Lincoln County in Alpine received a $2.3 million community readiness grant. Part of that grant made available some land for development. That land happens to be located between, and remember this because it's important later on in the story, between the YDOT gravel pit and between the wastewater treatment plant. Okay, you got it in mind. Okay, yeah, well, whatever. Okay, so they had a company who came in and wanted about 7.5 of those acres. They investigated, they could do it for economic development, and this business came in to develop that. Had about 4 businesses that they were bringing with them to put it in there. And it went along well until the public hearing, and then it didn't go well. It was really not a very fun meeting. So it was a wise move. The mayor pulled it back, and he appointed a committee, and now they're going to look at the uses. And what they found with the original site plan that they were doing, it was the community felt it was too dense. And then in addition, it turns out when they put their buildings up, they were high enough that it cut off the view shed of one of the residential developments. And that probably was the biggest thing. They think they can do a compromise now. I certainly hope so. There was talk about putting in parks for the children in that particular one, and which was concerning to me as a business council, because that money was a readiness for development and business. But I think it was, I don't know. Remember, this is where it comes back. It was between a YDOT gravel pit and the wastewater treatment plant. Not probably your best ideal place for a park. It's a great place for commercial development. I think they'll get it sorted out and they'll do that. Because what's happening now is a phenomena that we see is businesses, for one reason or another, and they've been manufacturers, believe it or not, have been priced out of Jackson, or in this last one, somebody sold the particular building that this business was in, and they're looking for a new place to relocate. And it happens a fair amount in Jackson. And they come down to Alpine looking for cheaper land, which it is, and then further on down on the North Lincoln County. We've lost one of those because we didn't move, well, the county couldn't move quite as fast as they need, and that business went to Victor. Our drags over the top. So these are manufacturing jobs. They're pretty good paying jobs. It's something we want to hold on to. So that development of that commercial light industrial park in Alpine is a job saver if for those businesses that we see coming south from the Jackson area. Also, Kemmer is finishing up their EDA diversification study right now. The company identified a new place for a business park, and Kemmer has a website. This will join the other 4 websites I think Kemmer has. I'm not sure. One can hope right now at this point, but that study we participated in as a match for the EDA grant, and it had 2 parts. We looked at some target market industry and that, and so as they have announced the closure of the Naughton plant, which was in 2025, which was 2 years before it was fully depreciated, and the subsequent negative effect on the mine, we see jobs potentially going away. Having said that, that sounds very dire in circumstances, and you look at a place like Hannah that has lived through that. The housing in Kemmer right now is pretty well tied up. There isn't a lot of housing in Kemmer. So just tuck that away somewhere. There's a phenomena going on, and we can use that as an illustration. We know Sheridan's got problems, housing issues. And we know that Evanston does, and we know that Cheyenne does, but even Kemmer. And so what's exciting about Wyoming is across the state. So keep that. We've had I had a conversation with some folks in Gillette, and this is really encouraging to me because they had a business that Gillette, they wanted mine mouth access to coal for a value-added product. Gillette couldn't get them to what they wanted as close to the mine mouth. There's conveyor belts in the Kemmer area, so you can get right there. It's an old mine, so it is not bought up around it. There's private lands held in that area. I don't know about Rock Springs. We're investigating that, but I thought that was really nice of Gillette to do, because we're just this tiny little thing compared to the Powder River Basin. But it's to reach out across the state. I thought that was really a good effort. So now I've done Uintah County. I want to do Lueg, and just for you, a long time ago we had an ED district that came out of EDA. The Economic Development Administration had an economic development district, and I bring that up because of legislation called Lincoln Uintah Association of Governments. It is gone now. It doesn't exist in the file in the filing camp. It has been, it's gone. Yeah, there's no resuscitating it. But what lived out of it is a revolving loan fund. And now it's called Lincoln Uinta Revolving, LURLF. Interesting about that, it was capitalized about 600,000 through an EDA grant a long time ago. With CARES Act funding, they got another $500,000 from EDA in less than a year ago. Of that $500,000, they have left less than 50,000 left to put out again. And so they're going back to see if they can get capitalization of that revolving loan fund again. Now, it just isn't Lincoln Uinta County, but it's a really good example of what can be done locally to extend that kind of effort for local businesses in a revolving loan fund like that. So the guy who runs it is now the recently elected Uinta County Commissioner. But I think he's going to have to start hiring help because he's taken on 2 other smaller revolving loan funds that existed with cooperatives. And so it's getting to be kind of a big deal. In Sublette County, the airport is owned by Pinedale, although it's located 8 miles south of town. They are getting ready in anticipation of a Jackson resurfacing that's going on. So they're getting their airport ready. They looked at the business council and decided they could do it themselves. They could make it cash flow, yeah. And so they did. And they've renegotiated their FBO, and the last I heard it was moving forward. And I haven't been to Pinedale for a little while. Big Piney Marbleton have also revitalized their economic development committee, and that's been kind of interesting. So we're doing some education with them right now. And then I'm in Fremont County, and I've had a chance to visit Du Bois, Shoshone, and Hudson, which it is a good cities. It reminds me of the old days. It is so much fun just to go and to meet some really good people who really care about their communities, about the state as a whole. It has revitalized me. The last time I was in Du Bois, I got a special invitation to the military museum up there. And if you haven't been, you need to go. It is quality that you see back east. It is really very, very well done. And he is opening a new exhibit or a new wing. We got to see that. Part of his plan is to build a 500-seat convention center, conference center on site with the museum. And he's got a lot of energy. His name is Dan Sparks. You need to go see that. It was fascinating, and it was very, very well done. And it will be a draw. It just can't help but not be. So when I was doing this report, I had been to Du Bois. We were looking at a building that was on their main corridor. They were looking for highest and best use of that building. So I was in the back there, and I said, Jason, come over. This is what I'm going to say about Du Bois. Is that okay? And there's a community group called Drive. And Jason said, well, we're not working on that anymore. I said, oh, it's been 3 weeks. Why not? Yeah. So anyway, they're looking at the big thing that we've talked about before, seasonal housing, and how best to solve that. And this is a great group of people. They really care about their communities, and I don't doubt for a moment that they won't solve that. Matter of fact, we were jokingly talking about Dan Sparks, who does the military museum, is building and has built the bowling alley. Beautiful thing. So for smaller communities, they just need to find their resident billionaire, and that'll solve a lot of problems. Okay. Or grow new ones. There we go. Lander and Riverton, I'm still just visiting with people getting there. Sweetwater County, which right now is, I'm working in Sweetwater County. I just can't tell you what we're doing yet because it's not ready for prime time. But I do know that Marcio is also still helping me out there, and he's doing a work group, getting the Energy Authority together with some stakeholders, and hopefully in the future, and pretty near future, inviting the Trona Mines into that group as it develops. And asking a question, a reverse question, instead of how can we help you? We're going to ask that question, Trona, how can you help Wyoming? And maybe that's a better way to phrase that. Okay. Okay. Nope, gonna not say that, okay? You know, and you wonder, how do I don't have a filter, do I? Okay. You know, one of the things is how am I going to end this? And then you look for that segue, how you're going to end things. And Josh provided that segue. So believe it or not, I thought when teachers ended the day, they went in the closet, and when I'd see them in the grocery store with jeans on, I went, oh, teachers, they're real people. Turns out regionals are real people too, right? But this is the beauty of having someone in a community. So I don't have a lot of free time, but I do volunteer for the Fossil Basin Promotion Board, and that is the local lodging tax board. Let me see. I've heard the number several times. Of the 23 counties, there's 4 or 5 or 6 of them that don't have a countywide lodging tax. Uintah County is one of them. Lincoln County is another one of them. Sublette County is another one of them. I'm not quite sure about Teton, how that one works. Anyway, so we're working on that problem, how that gets solved. And because we thought we'd tackle the most complicated one, and that was Lincoln County. And so there was, and I'm looking at Kathy, and she goes, yeah, that would be right. So because I knew all the players, because of my job, I could help the Office of Tourism negotiate that. And so the Business Council maybe isn't specifically tasked with that, but the Business Council helped because of that regional position out there. And I know that those set of people behind me all have similar stories in other areas. So thank you very much. I appreciate your time and hope it was slightly entertaining. Thanks.
Right. Thank you, Elena.
I was just going to say that is a really hard act to follow. I put my notes out here, keep my thoughts straight. So good afternoon, Madam Vice Chair, members of the board. I'm going to talk to you about what's going on in the East Central region, and that is Natrona, Converse, Niobrara, and Platte counties. And things are starting to pick back up. It's looking pretty good. Still have a lot of businesses that are struggling, but hopefully as things continue to improve, we'll start seeing more and more people getting back on their feet and moving forward. So I'm going to start with Niobrara County. I guess it was a year ago, March, in Shell, you approved an enhancement grant for them for their main building on their fairgrounds. And 2020 allowed them the opportunity to actually get in there and get the work done. They replaced these enormous heaters that were hanging in the corners that would kick on and no one could hear anybody speak. And so it's nice and quiet now. They've got air conditioning, they have a new generator, they replaced the floors, and they refurbished the bathrooms. And they have they started doing events in January. They had one pretty good event called Quilt Till You Wilt. And it was done by, stop and think about that. The local quilt shop there, which is very well known in the region, did a 3-day workshop there at the fairgrounds in this refurbished building. They had 60 people come in. from some as far away as Salt Lake City. And so 60 people for 3 days in a town of Lusk is a pretty big deal. So that was really nice to see. They've got more scheduled throughout this year. They are booked pretty much every weekend through at least late fall. They had their open house a couple weeks ago. Jill joined me. We had a lot of time. Actually, she knew more people over there than I did. It was a lot of fun. And I got to tell you, like the county, the fairgrounds, the whole community, they are so proud of this facility and they're really appreciative of our support. So I wanted to let you. Platte County, the local economic development group there is working with a fairly large business that is interested in relocating from another state. And like Elena, this is information I can't share yet, but we're hoping that something will come of this. Josh Keefe and I are both working with them. And so hopefully we'll be able to help them move this project forward. Converse County, there's a lot going on in Glen Rock and Douglas, a lot. They have a Baumgars that moved into the old Shopco building, which has been empty for a while. They have a new steakhouse that's going up near the Grasslands Market, which is on the west exit into town. They have a new restaurant open downtown. They have another restaurant that's being renovated. There's a new owner of the bowling alley downtown, and that is a cool bowling alley. If you ever get into Douglas, you got to go in and see this bowling alley. They have new single-family homes that are being constructed, as are affordable housing apartments that are going up. Dollar General is also constructing stores both in Douglas and in Glen Rock. And I say these because a lot of this probably doesn't seem like it's really exciting, but collectively, this is really exciting because you don't see this kind of activity in a stagnant economy. So things are starting to pick up in Converse County, and this is a really positive sign. And then in Natrona County, I think it was also about a year ago, town of Evansville came to us, got money for a planning grant to actually do a community development plan. It got stalled in 2020, but now they're moving forward. You heard about Mills. They have a new community development director, which was Sabrina. You met her earlier. She is driven. She has really brought a lot of life and vision to the community. They're really happy to have her. It's really been a pleasure working with that town. They've really got a vision. And so from me, I want to say thank you for supporting their project today because they've worked really hard on that. In addition to working with a couple of businesses, Advanced Casper has been also very, very busy. They're going to be hosting a bioscience innovation conference in conjunction with UW at Casper College in August. They're also going to host the second Aerospace and Defense Summit in October, and it's going to be expanded to include representatives from the military. And they're going to bring in businesses who can talk about the experiences and journey that they went through in order to get Department of Defense contracts. So this ought to be really good. The first one was in 2019, the first conference, and it was great. The attendance was great. The businesses that they had there was great. And so I anticipate this to be even better. And they also continue to explore ways to promote the foreign trade zone. That was established initially out around the airport in 1989, and it was expanded in 2018. So it encompasses pretty much the entire county of Natrona County. The far west side is not included, but that's a pretty good chunk. And you think that would be a really positive thing, attract a lot of businesses. For some reason, it's been really tough to bring businesses in and help them to understand the benefits of being in a foreign trade zone. So Advanced Casper is really going to be focusing on upping the marketing that has been taking place for that. And they've got a couple ideas that are pretty exciting, hopefully to bring some more businesses in. And I hope to be working with them on that as they develop a plan. So have as much to say as Elena. I'm sorry, but that's pretty much my report for this quarter. And I appreciate your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Any questions? Kim,
Well, thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Vice Chair, CEO Durrell. I'm Brandy Harlow. I'm the Northeast Regional Director. So I do 5 counties in the northeast corner of the state. And it's about 3 hours from here. And I am your last regional report. So I will try to keep it very quick. Try. It's pretty hard to follow those gals. But, you know, things are really ticking along in the northeast corner of the state. You know, I can tell you about all kinds of different projects, but you know, it's kind of the same thing you've heard from all the regional directors. Workforce, everybody's got job openings. Everybody from advanced manufacturing to service sector businesses to professional businesses. And it's really boiling down to housing. And it's not just in Sheridan. It's not just in Buffalo, next to the Bighorns, Sundance, Upton, even Moorcroft have issues with housing right now. So that's really what I'm hearing from the region. To give you guys a couple of quick updates that I want to make sure and remember on the Campbell County, or excuse me, on the Sheridan County side, we have 2 BRC projects there that are underway, or Kennan Products expansion. You guys all remember that. That was a BRC project that started about a year ago in construction. They are supposed to be moving in June. So they're very excited about that. They will have their grand opening next September 15th. So mark your calendars for that. They've already talked about what their next expansion is going to look like. Business is good. They're staying busy. On the Weatherby side, we had a chance to go up and tour Weatherby a couple of weeks ago again. You know, they're in year number 2. Their 5-year job projections were 85. They were hoping for 85 jobs. They're currently at 105 jobs. And they plan on finishing the year at about 120 jobs. They just continue to grow. They're doing more and more, bringing more and more things in-house. So that's moving forward. The Airport Industrial Park, which was well before my time. I think it was funded in like 2007, maybe, Julie? Oh, Miss Knowledge over there, of course. Anyway, it is full, and they're working on a second phase of the Airport Industrial Park in Sheridan County, as well as we've talked about a high-tech business park number 2 up there. I think the next step really for Sheridan, though, is they're looking at doing a housing assessment, housing plan, and how to address that. So we'll probably see that coming in the near future. Johnson County, which is Buffalo, really has kind of wrapped their arms around this whole tourism aspect. And they've created a nonprofit that are putting on 4 different events per year, bringing people into town. Oktoberfest brought 800 people into town. That's a lot of people for a 5,000 population. They did their ski joring. The end of February, they brought 1,500 people into town, and they probably could have brought more, but they kind of ran out of room to park everybody at the fairgrounds. So they were pretty excited about that. So they're working on those things. Also do a Christmas market, and they're doing a Buffalo Sheep Fest June 5th. If you have any, what's that? Buffalo. I don't know how she did it, but Sheep Fest. Of course you had to call me out on that. Thank you. But one other thing that's happening in Johnson County is they actually have decided to put a 1% special purpose tax on their ballot for a special election in August. And it's going to fund some of those special projects. And most of them are quality of life type projects, fairgrounds, golf course, YMCA, museum. So that's coming in Johnson County. Campbell County, we just continue to see more and more alternative energy options happening. It just, that's what they're working on. You guys have all read about the Integrated Test Center. They just got $52 million in federal funds to continue working on carbon capture efforts. That's out there. They just awarded the Carbon X Prize. The top 2 companies that actually received $7.5 million apiece. They both worked on technology, taking flue gas from the power plant and putting it into concrete as an additive to concrete. So that's happening. Another project we funded back in 2017 was the Advanced Carbon Products Innovation Center. It has now been renamed the Wyoming Innovation Center, and it was a partnership. The Business Council funded it. They went back to the drawing board. We did an extension on it. They also received some EDA funds for that as well. And so they broke ground. The official groundbreaking is going to be June 7th. And they're hoping to have that project wrapped up late next fall. But that is really kind of lab space for Carbon Products Innovation Center, kind of that incubator to take it out of UW's lab or out of small labs and be able to actually do some testing on the ground. So that's happening. The other thing that's happening in Campbell County is they're also doing a special election, if you haven't read about it. They're asking to add up to 4 mills, and that would move Gillette College out from underneath the Northern College District. And then we'd have our own college and Gillette College, and they would be separate from Sheridan College. And I think mostly that is driven by want for local control and to really assess some of those needs that are in Campbell County. So that's taking place. Crook County, Moorcroft, they're working on their community development plan. And then Old Stony is done. Thank you. Thank all of you for that. Kathy Lenz just texted me and she wants you to make sure and put on your calendar June 17th is the grand opening. It's 2 to 4 p.m. and invitations are in the mail, she said. But they're in good shape. They got it all completed. They have 3 paying tenants right now and a 4th one on the way. Still have some small co-work space. The park is great. Talk about a gathering space and a community development project. So music, you know, I'm not in. I can make sure if you'd like. I do have a little bit of pull there once in a while, but no, great project. Talk about a community development project that helped a small community. Just quickly, Weston County, we kind of forget about them sometimes, Newcastle and Upton. Upton is just finishing up the planning, finalizing for a new hotel in Upton, did the cobblestone model. But they're super excited about that. And then Newcastle, I've met with them a couple times, and they're at that point of how can we help ourselves? And we really need some economic development training. We need your help, those kind of things. And we're hearing that from more and more small towns. So pretty diverse 5 counties, but it's really the same trend that you hear all across the state from my region. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Brandy. Any questions? Besides musical venues at Old Stony, we'll look for an update later.
We'll expect
Right.
invitations.
Right? Okay, perfect. So last but not least, Madam Community Chair Thayer, you are up for the Services Committee.
Well, great. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I want to thank, Sarah's not here, but she's going to be online, correct? Okay.
Virtual spirit.
I just want to take a moment to thank Brandon. I gave him quite a bit of homework as his new chair to get some things together for me and for the committee. He created a document which we're going to fine tune just a tad bit, but he's got 6 service managers, and what you guys have your org chart also in your packet, but it's pretty amazing. Amy made a statement yesterday, Grenfeld, about that we can't be everything to everybody. But I'll tell you what, when you listen to these regionals and you look at what these service managers are doing and the tools and resources that we have in our backpacks, you take Jill at Ag Business, you take Linda and Kayla, the Make Wyoming things that are happening. We really do have our boots on the ground, and we have so much to offer this state for business. So I just wanted to give kudos to everybody in this room, and our service managers are pretty amazing. It was so funny because Mark had to email or text Josh during the presentation, right? And say, I need to see an org chart, who all these people are. So obviously we were doing our job. So we will get that document, but it just gives an overview. And I think that's really important. So on to some action items is we are here to review the contract, the BRN contract between the Business Council and University of Wyoming. Just a little bit of backstory. We signed the last contract at the May 2020 for July 1st through June 30th for about $2,491,310. And then in December, this board approved an amendment for a decrease, a 20% increase, and that was a step 2 reduction. So I just kind of wanted to get everybody on the same page. And then now we have the new contract. The last thing I want to do before I hand it over to Josh and Sarah and Brandon is, I think those guys have been working really hard with the people, the crew, as Brandon and I were saying, the crew of doctors and Steve Farkas over at UW, to really work on the deliverables and how they parallel with our Wyoming Business Council strategies. And so I think that's really important that we talked about it at the committee level. And I know that Josh, you and Sarah are really working with that crew. So on that point, I'm going to turn it over to Brandon and Sarah.
All right, thank you, Madam Co-Chair. I'm going to be super good at this Robert's Rules thing. Anyway, thank you. Madam, it's not Madam Co-Chair, you're Madam Co-Chair, you're Madam Committee Chair, Madam. Sorry, it's late in the day and hopefully you're full of grace. So the staff recommendation on the BRN contract with the University of Wyoming is that we leave the current scope of work intact. You'll find that in your packet. This is the scope of work that was developed working very closely with the university, taking recommendations of the board. Josh and Sarah have been doing continued work with the university on getting closer to what we had, I guess, overall envisioned as the way our relationship works the most better. And this scope has accomplished good progress over the last year. And so our recommendation is leaving that alone. The total, and maybe just to review with all of you, in case you aren't familiar or forgot, or if we should just do it, the BRN, Business Resource Network, consists of Manufacturing Works, the Procurement Technical Assistance Center, which assists companies in obtaining federal and state government contracts, the Small Business Development Center, General Business Advising, the SBIR, STTR initiative, which is focused on helping Wyoming companies attain SBIR funding through the federal government, Market Research Center that provides no cost market research to Wyoming companies, also falls within the umbrella of the SBDC. Finally, the Wyoming Technology Business Center, which has renamed themselves Impact 307, the incubator system through the state at Laramie, Casper, and Sheridan. Then finally, in your budget list down through here, you'll see the other two elements of the Business Resource Network that we have no funding into as of this contract, pending your approval, the Research Products Center and the GrowBiz Conference. So the difference there is about a $16,000 reduction with the removal of the funding that we had into the Research Products Center. The university is covering that arm of the BRN entirely, as well as the GrowBiz Conference. With that, I might toss it to Josh and Sarah for a description of the discussions they've had with the university in progress, if that's what you want to talk about.
Yeah. Hey, thanks, Brandon. I don't know what your title is here. Mr. Marshall?
Yeah. Third first son of LaGrange.
Yeah. So we've been, I think over the course of last year, we did a lot with the University of Wyoming and the scope of work to get to a spot where we could, frankly, reduce it by that 20%. And that was a pretty good challenge. I think there were some elements that got removed completely from the agreement. And I think the collaboration of your team, the individuals on your team with the elements of Manufacturing Works, Impact 307 in particular, and then of course SBDC's work over the course of the year makes us feel like we're in a pretty good place with the University of Wyoming and what the Business Resource Network should do and the place that it should fill in, the Wyoming Business Council's mission. So I'll open it up to Sarah, of course, to talk about that, but I feel like we're in a pretty darn good spot right now. One of the things that we wanted to do was wait for, wait for our new president, Ed Seidel, to come aboard and lay out his vision of economic development and how that could help. I think that in combination with the Wyoming Innovation Network that the governor is putting forth for the community colleges and University of Wyoming to work together on that workforce issue that we hear a lot about, and also innovation is going to fill in some of those gaps as well. So while it's been an interesting and challenging year, I think that 20% reduction was a good step for us to really get down to the scope of work that makes sense, and then continue to work closely with those groups. So that's really where we are right now, and we feel like it's a good space to stick to. And if Sarah wants to join in,
Sure, and Madam Committee Chair and Madam Co-Chair, I'll just add a little bit to that. I think Josh covered it pretty well, but the reduced scope and the kind of continued conversation that we as staff and the board had with UW over the past year or two, really put them on notice and helped them see that yes, the state's economic development strategy is very important to not only the Business Council, but to everyone in Wyoming. And so we've been really trying to work together with them on with the BRN and with UW overall on helping to figure out where exactly they fit into the execution of the state's economic development plan. And that work's ongoing. We have a good operating rhythm with them now. We talk with them quite frequently, and we feel they're on a good path. And so we want to just keep that collaboration going.